Welcome, and thank you so much for joining us for our Workforce Challenges Strategizing Outside the Box Forum. My name is Tricia Goulet, and I am the CEO of Beacon Community Services. I'm excited to be your host throughout the day, and we are coming to you today from Jason Giel's Sunset Lab production studio here in beautiful downtown Victoria. If you're interested to know more about this amazing lab that Jason operates, we will put his website into our chat, and it may be of help to you or your agencies. I want to start this special day of learning and discussion with a territorial acknowledgement. Beacon Community Services respectfully acknowledges that we live, work, and serve on the traditional and unceded territories of many Indigenous nations, including the Wasanic people and the Lekwungen-speaking peoples of the Songhees and Kosapsan nations. Our long-standing commitment to those we serve, including our staff and volunteers, is to work in partnership with Indigenous peoples and cultures to better understand how we can strengthen relationships and move forward together with care, love, and respect. As a nonprofit charity, Beacon has consistently delivered services throughout our community for more than 50 years. We feel especially responsible for participating and assisting in finding innovative solutions and strategies for the employment challenges facing vulnerable people, the labor market, and our workforce. From providing shelters for the homeless, housing and services for seniors, counseling and employment support for those most in need, to operating 6 daycares and 7 thrift stores across Greater Victoria. We are uniquely positioned to hear directly from community members, government officials, funders, stakeholders, and our own staff complement of more than 300 team members and 500 volunteers about the challenges facing our community. One of our newest pilot programs that we launched last fall is our BEAMS project. Thank you so much to the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction for awarding us this 2.5-year community-based employment services contract. Through it, we provide support, guidance, job search preparation, volunteer placements, and work experience to people dealing with homelessness, active substance use, and mental health issues. Participants are experiencing great success, and we've already hit our target of more than 80 people served within the last 5 months, which is 2 months faster than expected. We look forward to another 2 years of BEAMS serving our community. If you would like to help us strengthen and further our reach and community, please follow us at Beacon Community Services on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Please refer to the chat links for our socials. Our intention and goal for putting on today's event that you, our guests, will leave at the end of the day inspired by the information or practices that you can further research or implement immediately into your own organization. As a thank you for attending and participating in our forum today, we're doing a contest for a $100 gift card from Canadian Tire. Yes, we're keeping it Canadian. This contest is open to all of our guests who drop their email into the chat in Facebook Live or Zoom to register for receiving our newsletter. Go ahead and do that now or any time up until 3:30 today, and we'll be announcing our winner at the end of the day. But you have to be online in order to win. We'll also be doing some fun and quick polls throughout the day to share some interesting tidbits about Beacon. And I'd like to offer a very special thank you to our renowned moderator, Chamber CEO and on-air personality, Bruce Williams. We are also honored today to be joined by keynote speaker, Chief Clarence Louie of the Osoyoos Band, who will be introduced by Bruce shortly. I'd also like to thank our esteemed guest speakers who will be participating in our fireside chats. Paul Latour with Our Place Society, Kristi Fairholm-Maynard with Scale Collective, Wes Hewitt with Port Alberni Shelter Society, Shelly DeMello with the Intercultural Association of Greater Victoria, Patrick McKenzie with Immigrant Employment Council of BC, Sonia Hall with the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction, Candace Alder with Duskwood Therapeutics, Laura McDonough with Future Skills Canada, and Matt Ayers with the Ministry of Post-Secondary and Future Skills. Before giving Bruce the airwaves and knowing that you may have already read his full bio on our website, there are a few key pieces about him that I'd like to share with you now. Bruce Williams is one of Vancouver Island's most recognizable faces. As a public figure and former broadcaster, he is known as a person of integrity, altruism, and a unique ability to create successful partnerships and collaborations. Some of his accolades include that he was named one of the top 20 influencers on Vancouver Island by Douglas Magazine. He is the recipient of the Queen Elizabeth Diamond Jubilee Medal for Community Service, and he chairs the Award of Distinction through the United Way Centraide of Canada. Now that you've heard some of Bruce's impressive background, I'm going to pass the mic over to him. Just don't be surprised if he starts broadcasting live with that wonderful radio voice personality. Welcome, Bruce.
Thank you very much. I'm going to grab the little clicker thing here. Great to see you all with us this morning. We're looking forward to having a great day today. And I'm very happy to be here to moderate this session for Beacon's Employment Forum. My job today is to introduce the speakers and keep the conversation flowing, and as much as possible, keep it on topic. You never know, but we're going to see what comes up and what we'll end up talking about. We're also going to keep on time to make sure that we can finish this whole thing by 4 o'clock today. As the CEO of the Greater Victoria Chamber of Commerce, these topics are associated with workforce challenges. They are uppermost on the minds of the business owners and job seekers and chamber members across Vancouver Island, indeed across the province and all across Canada. We are in a new age of work, with AI appearing in many conversations and debates, as well as the immigration and social enterprise conversation. So all of that will be a part of what we're doing today. So thank you again to Beacon Services for the invitation to myself and the Chamber to moderate this event. I'll shout out to Beacon Community Services also as a previous Chamber Business Award recipient, so congratulations again on that. Our guest today is Chief Clarence Louie. Many of you have already read his full bio online, so just a few brief highlights for you. Clarence Louie is the chief of the Osoyoos Band, and he has been since 1984. That's more than 40 years. He, of course, was elected chief when he was an infant. Chief Clarence Louie has consistently emphasized economic development to improve his people's standard of living. Under his direction, the band has become a multifaceted corporation. They own and manage 9 businesses, and they employ hundreds of people. Maclean's magazine named him as one of the top 50 Canadians to watch. In 2003, Chief was chosen by the U.S. Department of State as one of 6 First Nation leaders to review economic development in American communities. In 2008, he received the Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year Award. He is a member of the Order of British Columbia and the Order of Canada. And in 2019, he was the first First Nations person ever inducted into the Canadian Business Hall of Fame. In 2021, he received an honorary doctorate from the University of British Columbia. He's also a published author of something called Res Rules, which is a direct and passionate take on wide-ranging subjects on the res, including language and humor, per capita payments, the role of elected chiefs, the devastating impact of residential schools, the need to look to culture and ceremony for governance and guidance, the use of Indigenous names and logos by professional sports teams, his love for motorcycle honor rides, and what makes a good leader. He takes aim at Canada and America's systemic racism, and he examines the relationship between First Nations and colonial settlers. The Osoyoos Nation has modeled not only sustainable business development, but also socioeconomic development. Their mission and strategy to improve the community's social needs. Chief Clarence Louie is consistently on message with the socioeconomic development as the foundations for First Nation self-reliance. He is also the chair of the Indigenous Tech AI, which is an Indigenous-controlled data and software development company that leverages relationships with industry, leading technology suppliers, and provides skills training for Indigenous women and youth to enable them to create their own sources of revenues in their community. Would you please join me in welcoming Chief Clarence Louie?
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, well, thanks for that introduction. And Yeah, I've been around, and when somebody says how long I've been doing this, when I used to say I'm in this role for 20 years, I was comfortable, but now it's about 40 years. But thank Beacon for having me here for the hour that I'm with you guys. And of course, being in the interior of BC, I didn't know who Beacon was, but now I know. And man, I actually want to have our HR staff and some of our employment service people meeting with you guys or going to school on what you're doing, because my focus as the chief has always been jobs. And of course, employment counseling, I think, is one of the most important type of counseling anyone needs. So I really want to say I'm really proud of what Beacon does, and I want to give a shout out to Alice Van Lockland, who was my contact over the last number of weeks and months to get me here, and I had to talk with her about this presentation that I'm going to be doing here. And a little bit about the Osoyoos Indian Band. Of course, most of you are from BC. We're located in the south central Okanagan, right down by the US-Canada border. And our little small claim to fame in this country is we own and manage more band-owned businesses and joint ventures than any other First Nation in this country on a per capita basis. Our 600 members, we have more band-owned businesses and joint ventures. In fact, we just did another one. We're breaking ground on that as we speak with KNC Civiculture, one of the most prominent civiculture operations in North America. Like many First Nations, we're involved in forestry, but I wanted to be the first First Nation involved in growing trees, not just cutting down trees. So I'm very proud that my people approved that project, and we're breaking ground on it, where we'll be the first Nation growing tens of millions of trees each year for the forest sector. And my focus when I meet a developer, my first three questions are always jobs, jobs, jobs. Because I firmly believe that as an adult, and why our kids go to school, and when I drop off my kids, my granddaughters every day at the school that I can see just outside my office, I tell them, you're going to work today. That's your job right now. One of them's in kindergarten, that's your job. One's in grade 3, that's your job. My job's at the building right next to you, and that's where I work, and where you work is in school. And once you get beyond the fluff of education and the romanticism of it, I firmly believe our kids go to school to make themselves employable. That's the whole basis of grade school and high school. And when you go on to post-secondary, you're going to school to make yourself employable, to get a higher paying job. Because obviously if you're going to post-secondary or going into a trade, you're obviously doing that to get a job. So my focus is always been jobs. And we model socioeconomic development. We don't model corporate Canada to the T. Of course, profit's important, organizational structure is important, accounting's important, and all that stuff that every business or corporation does. But as a First Nation, I always tell First Nations, we can't be modeling corporate Canada or corporate America to the T. And when I sit with our advisors around the table, which are all, they can all put up their hands and say that they've made millions of dollars in the real business world in corporate Canada. They've created hundreds of jobs. And when they rank our businesses, they rank them differently than I rank them. They'll often say, well, you know, this business is doing better because it's making more money. And I always shake my head and say, making money is okay, but it's not our primary focus. Our primary focus is jobs. How many band members, how many Osoyoos Indian members work in that company? Because I firmly believe every adult, every person needs the dignity of a job. And what I've learned about non-natives, and I'm going to talk the way I talk here on the res. I'll probably use terms and I'm old school. I'm not a Facebooker. I'm not. My phone, if you can see, I'm a Redskin, and I love that logo and I love that name. I don't tweet. I'm not on social media. I'm not politically phony. I use the term Indian. We use the term Indian here, and there's nothing wrong with that. And if you hang around me enough, Bruce, and on the res, the way, if we become buddies, I'm going to call you a white man. And you can call me an Indian. Cowboys and Indians, man. Because what you'll learn when you hang around Native people, if we become friends, we locker room talk. And I don't do that with strangers, but if I get to know you, Bruce, we're going to say shit to each other that we wouldn't normally say if we weren't buddies.
Bring it on.
Exactly.
There's a term I wanted to ask you about, Chief, and it's the idea when you talk about people achieving dignity by going to school and post-secondary, but the overall sense of wellness that you're creating for the members of your band. That's a matter of them functioning at the highest possible level, right? Can you talk about wellness a little bit?
You know, when you hang around these touchy-feely types and these psychologists or sociologists today, and you know, to me, a big part of your identity, a big part of your wellness comes from your job. What I've noticed about white people, how they introduce themselves, once you get past your name, what's the next question you ask each other? What's your job? What do you do for a living? That's what I've noticed. And with Native people, it's almost the same, but a little bit different. When I see a Native person, their English name doesn't mean nothing to me. I first want to know what tribe or nation are they from. Are you Blackfoot? Are you Shuswap? Are you Lakota? Are you Okanagan? And then once we get past that, then my next question is, what's your job? What do you do for a living? So to me, what I've noticed around my people, and somebody said this, it wasn't my quote, but I love quotes. The best social program's a job. And people like Beacon know what I'm talking about, because I firmly believe that the best social program is a job. And of course, here on the Osoyoos Indian Reserve, I'm very proud that we're able to, for all the companies that we have more jobs than we do band members. And I get to tease some of my white buddies I went to school with, because they're working on the res. They earn their living and pay their bills and pay their mortgages and support their family, because they leave the town of Oliver or Osoyoos or Penticton, and they come on the Osoyoos Indian Reserve, and that's where their employment is at. So I razzed them. I said, I bet you guys never thought you'd be getting a job on the res and you'd be earning your living from the res. And what BC has to understand is the most Indian reserves in this country are in BC. There's over 1,500 Indian reserves. 1,500 Indian reserves. Some are only a few acre size. But there's Indian reserves scattered all throughout this province, and BC has the most First Nations, 200 First Nations in this province. So I've always been telling Corporate Canada and Chamber of Commerce, and I remember being in Penticton one time listening to, this was 20 years ago or so, I was asked to speak there, and I was standing outside, and I said, what are they talking about in there? They were talking about, this was 20, 30 years ago, how to make the immigration rules easier, how to attract foreign workers into the country. When I went in there, I got kind of pissed off, because I thought, how come they're not talking about First Nations? The youngest and fastest growing population ethnically in this province is First Nations. How come they don't have a First Nation engagement strategy? And now every bank in this country does, all the major resource corporations do, most big companies now, because they realize First Nations have not only political power in this province to stop projects, First Nations are also becoming an economic powerhouse. Just like the Osoyoos Indian Band is not the only band in this province that can say we're creating hundreds, thousands of jobs. On our Osoyoos Indian Reserve, we're creating thousands of jobs, and most of those jobs go to non-native people. And we're a big factor in the employment in the economic driver of this region. When I first became chief in 1984, the mayors and councils seldom, and if I could tap, I'd be going like this. This is what the mayor and councils in the Premier of BC does to the Osoyoos Indian Band. They knock on our door now. Why? That's because we're an economic power in this region. We're a big player. And if I think of some of the bands, I could name them, whether it's Kamloops Indian Band, Squamish Indian Band, and some of the bands on the coast. They have the eyes and ears of government and of the mayors and councils, because they're doing what I love doing and what Beacon likes doing. I love creating jobs. Every First Nation now has an HR department. And when I was talking to Alice, I want to get our HR and employment people here talking to Beacon so we can exchange ideas and we can learn something from you guys and you guys will learn something from us. And Canada or BC will never become as great as it can be until the First Nations are actively involved and we get rid of this Great Depression unemployment rates that exist on most First Nations in this province. Even in 2025, the sad fact is the unemployment rate of most of the 200 First Nations in this province exceeds 30%. And if you know the history of the Great Depression, at its highest, the unemployment rate was 30%. So that says to me, in this rich country of Canada and rich province of BC, having 30% unemployment on most First Nations, nobody should be happy about that. And we need to engage the youngest and fastest growing population in this country, which are First Nations, make them part of the workforce, get us involved, have a First Nation strategy. And over the last maybe 20 years, bands like Osoyoos and others, we're getting back on our economic horse. We got kicked off of it purposely by the governments, whether it's provincial or federal, as the settlers came in the region. Oh, those Indians don't need that land. If you read the old documents, those Indians don't need that land, the settlers need it. Let's push the Indians off their reserves. And that's why there's so many land claims in this province, and it's so good to see that, because now we can hire lawyers and we can take the government to task. Bands are getting $100 million, $200 million land claim settlements. And with that, we're attracting, and I tell bands, get involved in business, hang around business people. And I love hanging around millionaires and billionaires, not because money's not my interest, jobs are my interest. And having a network. I mean, when I was inducted in the Canadian Business Hall of Fame, the lady that was inducted with me wrote a book called Bet on Me. I don't know if she still is the CEO of all the Home Depots in this country, but if I can read a book and get one quote out of it, it was worth the read. The quote I got out of her book was, "Your net worth is your network." Your net worth is your network. So I want the Osoyoos Indian Band's net worth to be its network. And it's so cool because we have unique projects on this reserve, like the racetrack, the Area 27 racetrack, which when I asked my people to vote in favor of that, when I see someone owning a car worth more than most houses, when I see someone owning cars that, I'm not going to name his name, but he's a very famous business person in this province, owning one car that's over $1 million. I'm not interested in that car. these Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens. I'm not interested in those type of cars. I'll take a 69 Mustang Camaro GTO anytime over these supercars, they call them nowadays.
And I'll take a 68 Firebird if you're going to take that.
That is nice. There you
Oh,
go,
yeah.
Bruce.
Yeah.
You and I are the same way. So any case, the lens I always have on, the way I look at things, the glasses I put on are business glasses. And when I see somebody owning a car like that, I'm not interested in the car. But what I am interested in is a person that owns a car like that. What type of business are you in? How is it you can afford one car over $1 million? Come to Osoyoos. I'm not interested in your car, but I want to get to know you because I want to see if there's a chance we can do some sort of business in the future. Or you might know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. And it's so cool when people say, Clarence, how did Osoyoos get involved in that? When they come in my office and they see all this stuff, this memorabilia, and I've got a bad habit. I got no more wall space for the things that I have passion for. I'm a bit of a collector. And I say, well, that item that's signed by a famous person, I know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. That's how I got that piece of that football helmet behind me, or that hockey helmet signed by all the hockey players in the 2010 Canadian Olympic team, because I knew somebody who knows somebody. And that's important. Your net worth is your network. So I remind my young people, and I love hanging around youth, and I'm a big believer in youth summer jobs. Because me as a youth, that's how I became. I have the work attitude that I have, and I was raised by a single mom. We were very poor, but she made us go to work. There were very few safety nets back in the 60s and 70s. And I came from a working culture, and we worked. And the one sentence I love hearing from my people are 4 words. I love my job. I've heard that from many white people too. I love my job. Isn't that what you want a school teacher to say?
Yeah.
I want my school teachers that we hire over there to say that. Because if they do, they're going to be some of the best school teachers. If you love your job, what's that old quote? You never have to work another day in your life because you live and breathe it. And I'm sure your own doctor, you would want your doctor to say that, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
That that's their career choice. They're not looking anywhere else. They're not dabbling in. They're so focused that they're going to be the best doctor there is. And that's the type of doctor I want.
Chief, what's your guidance for people who say, I hate my job? What's your guidance?
Then they should get some employment counseling. They should go see Beacon. They should be, people should love their job. And I'm so happy that, and I'm going to go to his retirement in a couple of weeks here. We had a bus driver, and to me, every job is important. I don't care if you're sweeping floors. Our hotel would not open up if it wasn't for our janitorial service. Mm-hmm. And I've had some of my members who worked in laundry there. They said they loved their job. That's not I would hate that type of job, but we're not robots. Human beings are not robots.
Yeah.
Just because they love something that I wouldn't love, I should give them all the praise and support in the world because she loved working in laundry. That white bus driver, he had a very important job on this race. He worked here for 25 years picking up our future leaders, our future managers, and he never missed one day of work.
Wow.
And man, I was so proud of him, and I'm so sad. I'm kind of bittersweet. I'm sad he retired, but I'm so happy that he had a job he loved, and that was being a bus driver for our kids.
Yeah.
Every day of the year, and I'm going to his retirement, and I'm going to tell him, man, I wish you would come back, but you want to retire? You're leaving on your own terms, and I'm glad you loved your job because you were never late once. And for somebody who doesn't love their job, man, they got to find the job they love.
Yeah.
And you have to search it out. You have to be a job finder. And I think when I see that Beacon provides counseling services, employment services, That's the type of people I love hanging around. People that have a passion for what they do. And they want to see everyone succeed. And it doesn't matter if you're a janitor, you're sweeping the floors, or you're a bus driver, or you work your way up into senior management. I mean, the role of a business person, and the way that Osoyoos Indian Band looks at it, bottom line driven. We have to make a profit. And just like in forestry, I'm arguing with the provincial government about the annual allowable cut. And I tell the government, the way the natives do corporations, the way we look at things, we don't want to maximize profits, because that focus leads you down a dark path. We don't want to maximize cutting down trees. If you tell us we can cut this much, I'm trying to get on the screen.
Yeah.
We want to cut this much. And they say, well, how come you don't want to cut that much? Because we should leave some trees out there.
Yeah.
We don't want to clear cut. We want to create the jobs, sustainable jobs, but we don't want to me, climate change, or whatever you want to call it, what's embedded in corporate Canada and in corporate America, the idea of maximizing profits, that's what's got us into this mess. That's what's caused global warming. Corporate Canada and corporate America looks at it this way. Oh, I made good profits last year, but that's not enough. I have to make more next year. And if you made more next year, do you stop there? That's not enough. Shareholders want more. And I love it when somebody asks the Dalai Lama about this type of thing. And he said back to them was, when will more ever be enough? When will more ever be enough?
Yeah.
So the way I look at the socio-economic development of the Osoyoos Indian Band businesses, we do not want to maximize profits. That's contrary to the white way of doing business. We want profits, but we don't need to maximize them. If you come on the Osoyoos Indian Band, you look at the east side of Osoyoos Lake and the west side. On the west side, the off-reserve side is totally developed, totally. You come on the east side, we've left 1,000 acres of undeveloped beachfront land on our Osoyoos Indian Reserve, on Osoyoos Lake, undeveloped, by choice. Because we don't want pavement and cement from one end of the reserve to the other. We don't. We practice environmental responsibility. We just don't talk about it. We put our money where our mouth is. And I'm so proud of the old people. Most of my people grew up very poor, but when they're told you could get millions of dollars from developing the east side of Osoyoos Lake, millions. We've turned down so many hotel developers, wineries, vineyards. It's not the money to them. Sure, we want money. They want money, but they don't need to maximize. They don't need to become millionaires and billionaires.
You just need enough money, right?
Yeah, yeah. So that's the way I look at things. And when I sit there and look at with my advisors, and I love my advisors, even though they have that corporate Canada, they can't get that out of their DNA. I tell them, you know what? That business over there that's losing money, I put that at the top. And they said, how can you do that, Clarence? I said, because the majority of people that work in that company are Osoyoos Indian Band members. We got a social responsibility to their families. We're gonna, if that business, if the Osoyoos Indian Band Corporation acted like corporate Canada, we would close that company down. But we can sustain the losses, and I don't want those guys to lose their jobs.
When you're talking about, sorry, when you're I don't want to get all nerdy here, but when you're talking about the replanting, and you're going to have people plant trees, that you're not just going to cut them down, you're going to plant them. What does that strategy look like in relation to the risk of wildfire? Like, is that part of the strategy? Do you say, well, if we plant where the fire was before, are we going to have another one? You know what I mean? Like, tell me about the strategy around creating those forests.
Well, the KNC Silviculture provides trees and have been for 40 years to Western Canada and the northern states. And after wildfires, or even without wildfires, when there's logging that gets done, you have to have a replanting. You have to go in there and replant, even if there's even after any type of logging, even after wildfires, you go in there and you replant. There's ways of, and today as Native people are saying, get us more involved in the forestry management, with controlled burns and with, you know, when they tell us you have to be this far away from a creek to log, we're saying, no, we want to be this far away from the creek. Again, we don't need to maximize profits. We want to be this far away from the creek, even though according to the white scientists, you only need to be this far away. And there's areas of, in the activity of forest replanting, and there's actually a real science behind. You just don't put these things in big greenhouses and see these millions of little trees being grown. There's a whole science behind that. But also there's some traditional knowledge keeping that has to be done. And it's so cool to see that, whether it's David Suzuki or when I watch these programs and see that, you know what, we have to involve those Inuit up north, because they've lived up there for thousands of years. They know something about that land that the scientists don't know.
Well, the ancestral knowledge is there, right?
Well, exactly. So it's so cool to see that it's taken a long time for corporate Canada to recognize, even when these pipelines are being done or whatever, there's some traditional knowledge, even though we're still fighting with the scientists and fighting with the government rules and regulations to make them wider rather than narrower. And yeah, we're going to be actively involved in growing trees now. And of course, wildfires are at the top of our list, especially living here in the South Okanagan.
Yeah.
But getting back to labor, our vineyard, for example, we were the only band, probably one of the few bands that had its own business back in 1968, which was a vineyard. Now it's grown into over 300 acres, one of the biggest probably owned vineyards in the country. But even our vineyard has to import Mexican labor. All the big vineyards in the Okanagan have to import Mexican labor. That's been going on for, like, say 20 years or something like that. And it bothers me that today's youth, and I don't know what they're called now, Generation X or Y or whatever they're called.
I've lost track. I'm a boomer. I forget that stuff.
Here. But what I know is that when I was growing up and a teenager in the 70s, the first job every member of the Osoyoos Indian Band youth had was working our asses off in the 40-degree heat, getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning, being out in those fields at 5 a.m. and getting off at 1 o'clock because it gets too hot. I hated that work, but you know what, that was a good initiation. And that's what I want youth to be. Youth should have to work their asses off, and not now today's youth want air-conditioned offices. They want to start in air-conditioned offices, heated offices, and not roll up their sleeves. And that's why we're having to import Mexican labor. And even when I talk to the East Indians here, they say, yeah, my sons are lazy. Our girls work harder than the boys. And that's even on the native res. Girls are outperforming boys on the res. And there's something that I read about in the newspaper, the boy culture. You know, the boys don't succeed, whether in school or in labor, as much as the girls do. So we got to do something about this boy culture. And the East Indians tell me, yeah, they're noticing it too. The boys don't work as hard as the girls. Now, I'm not a psychologist, and I don't have all the answers to how to straighten that out.
Well, you're a grandfather.
Yeah, and my grandkids are girls. They're both girls. And yeah, but there's something to be said about why we import Mexican labor when we have all this unemployment. We have these young guys that they should learn how to get their asses. Their first jobs as teenagers shouldn't be sitting in air-conditioned offices.
Well, it builds character if you do something else.
Those fields working their asses off like I did, and that set the groundwork for me and to take any job I could. And my people are hardworking people, but you know, we're suffering with the same cultural class or the work ethic that the past generations had. How do we get that work ethic back to this new generation of workers that we have to deal with?
Yeah, I want to go back too to what you're talking about with education, the importance of skills development and that sort of thing. I'm sure you're hearing the news right now that post-secondaries across the province and in fact across Canada are going to be reducing their capacity. They're going to be laying off staff, they're going to be cutting courses simply because the funding stream is not sustainable right now. Is that something that you're concerned about, the fact that the access to education and the skills available is going to change?
Yeah, I mean, what we do here, and I'm sure Beacon has the same philosophy, it's an important investment. I mean, sometimes even in business, you got to spend money to make money, and sometimes you don't see the fruits of that investment. Sometimes it doesn't even come in my lifetime. And the way the natives in this concept of thinking 7 generations ahead, everybody has to have that 7th generational thinking. Mm-hmm. And that's why in our corporation, we're not interested in maximizing profits or cutting down as many trees as the province says we can cut down, for example. And that's why we've left 1,000 acres of $1 million land. We're not making a dime off of it. And that's thinking 7 generations ahead. And our old timers, our cultural leaders have always said, you know, whatever move you make personally or as a band, as an organization, you have to be thinking 7 generations ahead. And that's hard to do. That's not easy to do.
Well, just imagine if you could go back 7 generations and change things to bring us to the point we are now. That would be a profound thing to do.
Yeah, and real leaders are lifelong learners. I mean, as one person rightly so, if you're not learning, you're not living. And so I'm an active reader. In fact, I'm glad, you know, I don't do much on this, but one thing my tech guy showed me was how to add a book app. Mm-hmm. And man, I'm getting through a lot of good, you know, self-help books, business books, autobiographies about successful people. And most of what when I speak and talk, it's not my words. They're not mine. I've learned these from other people, whether they're elders, whether they're successful business people, or I was listening to Stephen Covey's book again, Seven Habits, and it just reminds me I always need a kick in the rear, and we all need that kick in the rear about how to get motivated again, or start thinking about how do you deal with youth and some of the things we do here with our youth in summer jobs, where we put them front and center. Our youth here just don't get the jobs of cutting grass or taking garbage or doing the menial tasks. We put our youth, whether it's our golf course, our cultural center, our recreational vehicle park, sometimes they're at the front greeting customers from all over the world. And because I've been chief so long, I've known these youth since they were in grade school.
Yeah.
And I always thought that many of them were shy. But when we put them through superhost training and all this other type of important tourism training, where you have to greet somebody with a smile, and you have to say, good morning, how are you, have a nice day. And I watch. I'm always watching people, especially workers. I'm always looking for talent. I'm always looking for damn good workers. When I watch some of my youth in their summer jobs, I'm thinking, and plus they have to dress at certain, if they work at our golf course and they're in the pro shop, they can't wear the baggy pants or the hoodies. They have to wear the collar, they have to wear the dress pants. And I'm thinking, damn, I'm so proud of these kids, because I wish those jobs were around. I wouldn't have to have worked in that sweaty vineyard when I was 13, 14. But in any case, stuff like that, those summer job teachings last a lifetime.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm a big proponent of student summer jobs, because that's the foundation of creating good hard working and that attitude of being polite, and when I see these kids doing that, greeting people, and they're told how to greet people. They're told people to have a smile and to say have a nice day. I go, light bulb moment. I love having light bulb moments.
Yeah. Another great thing about those jobs too is you find out what you don't want to do when you go through those experiences, and we've all had sort of a lifetime of that when we were younger too. So at the risk of this sounding kind of flaky, can you look 7 generations ahead for me? Tell me what needs to evolve and what things will be like and what the world will be like 7 generations from now, ideally.
I don't know what the world will be like, but I just hope that as First Nations become, you know, many First Nations are coming into a lot of money. I just came from speaking in Sudbury, Ontario, where a whole bunch of First Nations up in that area got $1 billion. I go, wow, you guys got $1 billion land claim? Holy shit.
Yeah.
And I said, do it right. You know, watch that egg nest and do it right. Don't become corporate Canada. Please don't become corporate Canada. And I know here on the Osoyoos Indian Reserve, we're in terms of money and income, which is not my gauge, we're not in that $1 billion stratosphere. I'm happy as long as all my people are in a job. And again, if they can say that one sentence, I love my job.
Mm-hmm.
And I have some people that work in the vineyards, and even though I hated it, I have some people say, you know what, I love my job here. I love being a tractor driver in this vineyard. One of the old people on this reserve, she had to quit working because of her health, because she's in her 80s. And she said, you know, I love working in the vines. That's my happy place. And I go, wow, Lillian, man, I'm so proud of you. I'm so glad we were able to provide you that lifelong opportunity, which doesn't fit my lens, but your lens is different than mine, and I'm just happy that you loved working in the vineyard and you retired there. And I hope we can find some young person to take your spot. And yeah, so whether it's the new joint ventures we're doing, and I'm so glad that we're able to provide career opportunities for so many of our people. And yeah, and I fill in my hour talking about how many times I've sat here in my office and had people across my desk, even after they've lost a loved one, with tears in their eyes, saying, you know, the only thing that's getting me through this is my job. The only thing that's, because they've lost, you know, whether they're their wife or husband or whatever it may be, the only thing that gets me up in the morning and keeps me going is my job. That's how important a job is.
You know, you got a room full of people here, a room full of people on this call that are thinking, I want to go work with this cat. I want to see what this guy's doing. And what sort of opportunities would there be for people to partner with you? What opportunities are you looking to expand?
We're involved in everything, anything. I always tell people, it's rare they'll say no to something, but we have to have some. There are some no-go zones, of course. But we have an industrial park that still has areas for leasing. We're involved in tourism. We're involved in. We have a cement company. We have gas stations and stores. We have a golf course. We have a winery. Now we're going to be involved in tree planting. We're involved in forestry and big things. We're involved in residential development. We're going to do the biggest residential condo development in the South Okanagan. We just signed that lease a couple of months ago, and hopefully it'll be building by fall.
So is that housing you're creating included in the targets being set by the province for housing? This is I'm glad to say that we did our first BC housing project. It's being built. It's halfway built right now. We hope to do another one. Yeah, so we're involved in this. Like I said, we have a cultural center, and some of their operations we know aren't going to make any money. No cultural center or museum makes money. I don't care if you're in the city of Vancouver or in Nashville. When I heard on the news that the Country Music Hall of Fame loses money, we know our cultural center is not going to make money, but that's not what it's for. No.
And some of the best summer jobs that our people have as teenagers are working in our cultural center, where they greet people from Europe and all over the world. So our chief and council is willing to say, you know, we're going to lose 60 grand a year at our cultural center, but you know what? That's okay. Because you look at all the check marks on the other side of the ledger. Money is only one check mark. And the way I look at things, money's not at the top of the list. I'm not saying it's at the bottom of the list,
No.
but it's not at the top of the list.
Do you ever get frustrated and pissed off by people that just keep knocking on your door saying, we want to work with you, we want to do what you're doing, we want to take advantage of your collateral and your capital and your intelligence? I mean, you're doing so much, but you've only also got so much capacity, right?
Yeah. But I'm one of those ones that say, you know what? I love my job too. I do. I love my job. And when you say you love your job, you have more energy. You don't work 40 hours a week when you love your job. I don't work a 40-hour week. I'm not saying I'm like Jimmy Patterson that at 90 gets to the office at 6 a.m. I've told Jimmy this before. I said, you know what, Jimmy, I'm not a morning person. I wish I could get at the job at my office at 6 a.m. and have that type of, but I'm a night person. I can stay up till 2 or 3 in the morning working, but I just can't get in here at 6 a.m. But you know, I'm in my 60s now, and I firmly believe once you get in your over 50, whether you admit it or not, you're in your last quarter. Whether you admit it or not, you're in your last quarter. So I know I'm in my last quarter. So I want to get more shit done. Mm-hmm. I want to accomplish more.
And everybody around you wants to help you do that, I'll bet, and they're clamoring to help you do that.
You know, some just have a slow gear, and that's the gear they work in. Mm-hmm. I don't have a slow gear.
Yeah.
But I'm okay because we're not robots. We have different gears and different. We look at things differently through our lenses. But yeah. But I love working with business people. That's where, you know. I don't go to chiefs meetings. I don't go to political meetings. I don't go to Assembly of First Nation meetings because there's those meetings happen. I'm not saying those meetings aren't important, but I've told people I want to look after home base. So I'm on my res 80% of the time, unlike most chiefs. They're away 50% of the time. I'm here 80, 90% of the time because I love hanging around business people, the business community, the town of Oliver, the Chamber of Commerce, and etc. I just want to create jobs and create because the economy, when schools were going to close down here in Osoyoos, I told the media, I said, how come they're not talking about the economy? It's the economy that keeps schools open. Don't you guys, people can't connect the dots. That drives me crazy. Yeah. You know, if schools are closing down, you guys are whining about your schools closing down, well then provide more jobs because working families go to where the jobs are. Yeah. And if there's no jobs in Osoyoos, that's why that school's closing down. You have to get a business council, a mayor and council that's business motivated. That's what's going to keep that school open. Yeah. Because retired people don't provide kids for grade schools. They don't. And if you want to attract young couples to whatever town you live in, the economy is always the number one issue. And that's the way it should be. The economy is the engine of every community.
Yeah, the world that you and I are about the same age, but the world that I live in is I run a Chamber of Commerce, right? I'm the CEO of the Greater Victoria Chamber.
Awesome.
We're the third biggest one in BC and one of the 20 largest in Canada. So I hear from a lot of people a lot of the time about a lot of the same issues. And one of them right now aligns with what you were just talking about. That's succession. People are wondering, how is my business going to move forward after I step aside? So what sort of things are you doing? I'm going to seek your advice on this. What sort of seeds are you planting? What kind of things are you doing to make sure that all that you've done will perpetuate and continue to go forward in the succession plan?
Well, again, youth summer employment. I mean, that's one of my top of my list is we have to focus on employment counseling, youth summer employment jobs, making our youth, and when people say, just like with me, I talk about money. But I tell people I don't have a love of money. The equation that is stamped in my mind is money equals opportunity. That's the equation stamped in my mind. Money equals opportunity. You can't have opportunity for your people or your family without money because everything costs. Education, teachers don't work for free. Health, doctors and nurses don't work for free.
Nope.
And it's so cool when I hear And it happened again. One of our youth, 16 years old, took off to Japan from the money he saved from the summer jobs that we provided him. And I talked to his parents. He went there by himself, and they said, yeah. And I go, wow, just by himself? How long did he stay over there? He said it was his dream to see Japan. Back in my day, Native youth never went anywhere because we never had any money. I mean, we had vineyard jobs, but that wasn't enough to go to a trip to Japan. But the jobs we're able to provide to our youth, and our youth are getting, some of our youth are getting to that sense of saving, and they're thinking, you know, I can go anywhere in the world if I save money, if I have discipline, and actually this kid I'm talking about, we employed him in 2 jobs over the summer because he had this desire to see Japan. So that's the type of stuff that I think some, and I hope that the youth that come up and take my place are going to exceed what I've done. I hope they break all my records. Because if they break all my records, the Osoyoos Indian Band is going to be in good shape.
Yeah.
To me, one of the toughest questions I was ever asked by somebody who interviewed me, what do you want your legacy to be? I'm going, my legacy? I don't care about my legacy. I care about the Osoyoos Indian Band's legacy. In fact, it got me a bit emotional because I thought, how do I answer this? My legacy? I work for the Osoyoos Indian Band. It's not my legacy I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about the legacy of my community. That's what I'm concerned about, not my personal legacy.
Yeah. I'll risk being flaky again when I ask you this question, but all of these things that you do and all of the things you're involved with, the successes you've had, the challenges you've overcome, what really makes your heart soar? What's the part about what you do and who you've become that just really gives you the biggest charge?
I love my job. That one
Nice.
word I hear from people, and I hear
Yeah.
from youth, and hear from people when they say, I love my job. Because I played a small part in making that happen.
They will have a difficult time replacing you. You know that, right?
I hope not.
Yeah, exactly. But that's
Because
again, that's a
it's-
succession thing, right?
Because part, and as I say, I love quotes. And one of the best quotes I ever heard was, one of the most important jobs of a leader is to create other leaders. And now at my age, that's one of the things I want to focus on. And if by the time my time comes to leave the council table, which isn't very far away. I've been doing this for 40 years. There's no way I have 40 years left. It's easy to do the math. I've told some of my inner circle, I don't have 30 years left. Do the math. I don't have 20 years left.
Mm-hmm.
It's less than 10 years. And if I can't develop a handful, I'm only talking a handful of future leaders for the Osoyoos Indian Band, future chiefs, then I failed. And one of my most important duties as being a chief, as a leader, is to create other leaders, not followers.
Another great part of leadership is knowing when to get out of the way. You know,
Exactly.
you are leading, but you have to know when to step aside. Tell me about that.
Pardon me?
A part of leadership is to knowing when to get out of the way. So when things are underway, you have to know that people that are working with you and for you are capable of moving things forward without you constantly being in the lead. So talk to me about that.
Of course, as somebody who wants to be involved and loves being involved, and what's that old adage? If you want something done, give it to a busy person.
Yeah.
That's probably going to be pretty damn tough for me. But I do love it when I see some of my council members, and I can think of 2 women. I say young now; they're near 40. I think I just have to spend some time and effort and advising them more. And I ran into one of the guys that was part of the racetrack, and he manages wealthy people's money. He's pretty well retired. He doesn't have to work. But he said, I'm a business coach. I said, so that's what you do now? He goes, that's what he called himself, a business coach. And I thought, I love sports. And that's why my book is called Res Rules. I believe in rules. What's that other quote? Discipline equals freedom. Discipline's not a bad word. So in any case, he tells me, and I told him, I've never had a coach in my life. Will you be my coach? And he said, I have these 4 rules that I don't break for anybody. And he manages wealthy people's money, mostly in Ontario. And I said, okay, what are your 4 rules? He said, my first rule is show up on time. And I said, that's an easy one for me because I hate Indian time. In fact, I write about it in my book. I hate people that are, and that's why I don't go to Chiefs meetings because they're always late. And I mean, you can't run a school. If a teacher's late 5 minutes, that's wrong. The parents are going to be pissed. And they're going to give the council heck, and then we're going to give the teacher heck for being late. You can't be a grade school teacher. I don't care what type. You can't be late. So I told him, I get that rule. Number 1, show up on time. Second rule, do what you say you're going to do. I thought, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Third rule, finish what you start. I said, okay. But the 4th rule is the one that really intrigued me. His 4th rule was, after show up on time, finish what you start, do what you say you're going to do. He said, I won't work with anybody who breaks any of these 4 rules. And his 4th rule was, say please and thank you. And I thought, wow. And then after he left, I actually phoned him up and said, I want to talk to you about that 4th rule, because that one really, really intrigued me. Because what am I teaching my grandkids right now? My 3-year-old. What am I teaching her to say? And you teach your kids. We've all as kids been told this by our parents and grandparents. Say please and thank you. So when my 3-year-old wants something, and she says peas. I'm saying, say please. So I'm teaching her to say please and thank you at 3 years old. But that's what you were taught as a kid. That's what I was taught as a kid. And in business, and I told them, I'm guilty of that because I don't say please and thank you around here enough. And when I walk through airports, I see these books nowadays written about how to work with assholes. And that's the title of the book, How to Work with Assholes. Toxic Workplace. How to Work with Idiots. That's the titles of these books. And a lot of that is because we have forgotten that grandma and grandpa rule, that kindergarten rule, and I'm sure my 3-year-old's being told that in kindergarten today when I dropped her off, how to say please and thank you. And I thought, that rule really hit me between the eyes because it made me realize I don't say that enough amongst my own staff here. But, yeah, say please and thank you.
Yeah.
You know, there's a book called Whatever We Need to Do as an Adult or in Business, we learned in kindergarten. And one of the rules you learn in kindergarten is to say please and thank you.
Please and thank you, yeah. Yeah.
So I thought, wow, okay, that's awesome. I'm glad you told me your 4 rules for working with you. Yeah.
I want to bring another word into this conversation. By the way, the folks that are online here, please feel free to put questions in the chat room if you like. For a little background, Chief, me and my Chamber of Commerce were the first Chamber of Commerce or Board of Trade in Canada to acknowledge that we had been a part of the suppression of Indigenous culture. We made that statement and we unequivocally apologized for it. Others, I think, have come forward since then and done it. But that, within the reconciliation process, is the truth. And the truth is that historically, Chambers of Commerce did exactly that. So we've done a great deal of outreach to Indigenous-owned businesses here to get them engaged with what the Chamber is doing. But the word that matters in all of that, along with please and thank you, is truth.
Oh, exactly. I mean, That's why I love that word, truth and reconciliation. And, you know, every prime minister, premier, mayor, and council use that. But I've told them, you can't just fly our flags at your municipal hall, or buy an Indian craft and stick it in your office up on the wall, or have us come and drum and sing at your events. Those are nice gestures. When I was inducted into the Canadian Business Hall of Fame as the first Indian chief ever inducted in the Canadian Business Hall of Fame, even as we sit here today. Peter Mansbridge, who most people will know if you're old, I say if you're old. I actually stopped kind of watching the national news after he retired. He was so good at it. He was the face of Canada's news for so long.
Yeah.
Peter Mansbridge was one of the ones that helped. It actually got me inducted.
Yeah.
The Canadian Business
Parson Mansbridge, people used to call him.
Oh, yeah. But one of the questions he asked me when he first met me, he said, Chief Louie, and I said, don't call me Chief Louie. I don't need a title in front of my name. If we're going to be friends, I'm going to call you Peter, you're going to call me Clarence. And he said to me, what do you think about these land acknowledgements? How does that make you feel? And, you know, and every time there's a meeting, and I sit on various boards in this, you know, provincial boards and other mayors and councils, and they have me, we'd like to acknowledge first we're on the ancestral lands of the Osoyoos Indian Band or the Okanagan First Nation. I told him, you know, to me that's like saying, how are you? When I took a phone call this morning from some stranger in Saskatchewan, he said, how are you? And I said, busy. What do you want? Get to what you want. Don't be asking me how I'm doing, because even if I was doing bad, I'm not going to tell you anyways.
No.
I think that's just a throwaway statement. It's just a nice gesture, right? Isn't that what, when you answer the phone, people ask you, how are you?
Mm-hmm.
How am I? Even if I was feeling shitty, I'm not going to tell you anyways.
No, and very few
What
people
do you
wait for the
want?
answer either. They say, how you doing? But they don't wait to see what you say back.
Yeah. So in any case, these land acknowledgements are nice gestures, but they don't improve the quality or the standard of life of any First Nation, of any Osoyoos Indian Band member. They don't. They're just nice, like, how are you? And I've told, that's kind of like, to me, a baby step. But in dealing with First Nations after all these years, leaders in the business community and in politics, they have to start taking adult steps with First Nation. Enough of these baby steps. Your land acknowledgements are nice gestures, but they do not improve the quality of life or provide the much needed funding for any program and service on any Indian reserve. I want to get to adult steps in our relationship with non-natives in the Okanagan. I want adult steps. I want our houses to look like your houses. I want what we drive, whatever you're driving, we should be driving. I want our standard of living to be your standard of living. I want our unemployment rates to be like your unemployment rates. What I've noticed about white people, every election time, the number one issue is always the economy. I don't care what election it is, federal, provincial, municipal. And yet, in non-native people, I tell First Nation people this wherever I speak. Non-native people do not stand for double-digit unemployment. They don't. If there's double-digit unemployment, they vote out the elected leaders. They vote them out. I said, that's what we've got to start doing with our chief and councils. If there's double-digit unemployment on the res, vote them out.
We have a question in the chat room about that, actually. I know you've touched on this earlier, but the question here is, what do you feel are the reasons for 30% unemployment on reserves?
Well, you go back to us being kicked off our economic horse.
Yep.
If you're going to colonize a people, you got to take away, first thing you do is take away their economic ability to support themselves. You make them dependent on the colonizer. They took away the buffalo because they could not defeat the American Indian on the plains because the buffalo was the basis of their economy, of their freedom. We can't beat these Indians with our guns, but we can beat them if we get rid of the buffalo. We can starve them into submission. And that's how the British Empire, I don't care if you're in Africa, New Zealand, Australia, if you want to colonize the indigenous people, you got to take away their economic ability to support themselves and make them become dependent on the colonizer. And that's what they turned us into hang around the fort Indians. In the Okanagan, the Hudson Bay Company built 2 forts. And of course on the prairies there are many forts built. So they kicked us off our economic horse, and that's what one national chief said, and that's one of the chapter titles in my book. Mm-hmm. It's the economic horse that pulls the social cart. That's one of the best quotes I've ever heard. It's the economic horse that pulls the social cart.
Yeah.
You can't put the cart before the horse. But too many of our chiefs and councils are trying to put the cart before the horse. I tell them, you got to get back your economic ability to support yourself. You can't call yourself sovereign or independent if you're dependent on somebody else's money to provide all your health, your education, your elders programs, youth programs. I don't want government handouts. They're never enough anyways.
No.
I tell our people we got to start making our own money and getting back on our economic course and being part of the economy as we were. You know, when they dug up an ancestral grave in Osoyoos, not far from here, what was in that ancestral grave, it proved to be over 1,500 years old according to archaeological evidence. What was in that grave is many ancestral graves all over North America. What was in that grave didn't come from BC. It didn't come from Washington State. It came from further south. And the lens I have on, that proves to me that our people were the first entrepreneurs in this country before the French and English. We had trade routes that went thousands of miles north, east, south, west. In our language, we in the Okanagan, we have a word for buffalo. Why is that? There's no buffalo in the Okanagan. Because we went over those Rockies to get buffalo, whether through trade or whether we hunted themselves. We traded with the Plains Indians. What was in that grave came from further south. And archaeological evidence proves somehow what's gotten from the East Coast got all the way to BC. Because we had a system of trade, and trade is a business world. Still today, trade is a business world. The Okanagan Nation traded with the Prairie Indians, who traded with East Coast Indians. And that's how we got stuff from the East Coast here. So the settlers stopped that. They made us dependent on the welfare system. They made us dependent on their forts. And now, you know, it's only been happening since the 70s, 80s. Now many First Nations are saying we got to get back into what our ancestors did, a system of trade and business and commerce, and not be, if we want to call ourselves independent, we got to start making our own money and creating our own jobs.
Yeah. Chief, I want to thank you for your time today, for sharing your knowledge, for your perspective, for the wisdom that you've imparted on all of us today. You're a very inspiring guy. You really are.
And I want to leave this seed with Alice, and I've talked to her about this. I want my HR department and our employment people talking with your employment people and see what we can learn from you guys, and see how we can, as I mentioned, we're always looking for good workers.
Well, I'm getting thumbs up from all the folks at Beacon Services here, so that's going to happen, that's for sure.
Awesome.
Great. Chief, again, thank you so much for your time and your wisdom. The folks at Beacon will be in touch. All the best to you and your family for the rest of the winter, and have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, so we're going to take a little break now. Feel free to turn your camera off and come back and join us around 10:30. We'll get underway with the next part of what we're doing here with Beacon Services today, okay? See you shortly. We're back. Hope you had a good break. we're going to continue on with our next panel in just a couple of minutes here, do a little fireside chat. We're going to do a little quiz right now. A reminder to put your name and your affiliation back into into your room, if you would, please. We're going to ask you a quick poll here, and you can refer to the chat for a visual on all of this stuff, okay? So here's the question, multiple choice. How many years has Beacon Community Services been providing support to people in this community? So the choices are listed in the chat. Take a look at that. And we're going to get back to the answer in just a couple of minutes. Something relative to what we're going to be talking about throughout the rest of the day. I have some stats for you that just came in. Greater Victoria unemployment rate is down to 3.6 in January from 3.8 in December. That makes us the second lowest in the country. So that's something that's been consistent over the last many years, that our unemployment rate is very, very low. So, okay, are you looking at your choices there? You making a choice happen? Give you 10 more seconds. Lots of active participation there. Very cool. All right. The correct answer is 51 years. Beacon was established in 1974. Congratulations to everybody who got the answer right. Good for you. Okay, now then, we're going to get underway with, we're calling these a fireside chat, if you will, or a little roundtable discussion. Empowering communities, the role of social enterprise in job creation. We have 3 panelists with us today. Paul Latour is the manager of social enterprise with Our Place Society. Paul, welcome. Kristi Fairholm-Maynard is with us as well, a director with Scale Collective, and Wes Hewitt, CEO at the Port Alberni Shelter Society. So welcome to all of you for joining us. We're going to get into some conversation with the folks in just a second here. If you have questions for the panelists during the dialogue, please put them in the chat room, and the team here will compile them and share them with me, and then we'll get them in front of our guests. Okay, so here we go to all of our panelists. Welcome once again. So I'm going to begin with Kristi Fairholm-Maynard. Kristi, the question is, Scale Collaborative. What is it, what do you do, and how do you do it? Let's get some background from you.
Hi, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. I'm Kristi Fairholm-Maynard. I'm one of the co-founders of Scale Collaborative. And we really work with nonprofits and charities to help them build their financial resilience and increase their impact through enterprising models. So social enterprise is something that we're really passionate about. And my background in particular comes from starting as a youth worker. I went and did a business degree, and then my first big job was to start and run social enterprises for the Canadian Mental Health Association that were specific for employing people who faced, who were experiencing and living with significant serious mental illness. And so I was hands-on in 3 social enterprises, a catering company, a cleaning business, and a cafe. And so learned a lot about how these kind of enterprises work. And since then have been doing a lot of work with organizations themselves on how to do more of social enterprise development, strategy, growth, including capacity building, consulting, as well as running a investment fund called the Thrive Impact Fund. So excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
I have a kind of a fun way of asking a question of people sometimes, so I'll ask this of you. How would you explain social enterprise to a grade 6 class?
I think social enterprises at a very basic level are businesses that exist. It's their DNA, it's the core of what they're trying to do. They exist to solve an environmental, a social, or a cultural challenge or seize an opportunity. For us, it doesn't really matter what the incorporation status is, whether it's owned by a nonprofit, by a charity, a co-op, or a for-profit. It's that deep intention and activity to solve that challenge. And I do want to say that nonprofits and charities absolutely can run and operate revenue generating and profitable social enterprises. The difference for them is that their profits go back to support the programs, activities, and overall mission of that charity and nonprofit rather than being externalized to stakeholders or shareholders. So,
cool. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you, Kristi. Paul Latour, manager of Social Enterprise with Our Place Society. Paul, good morning. Welcome to you. I think most of us know what Our Place Society is and does, but can you expand a little bit on that for us and tell us what you do?
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. Thanks for inviting me. I am with Our Place are creating a social enterprise called Your Place Property Services, or Your Place Victoria, in which we are hiring people that are exiting long-term recovery through New Roads Therapeutic Recovery Center. And so these people have been in recovery for 6 to 9 months and are healthy, able, motivated to work, but they've got challenges to get employment. And so we're creating a first one company, but eventually an ecosystem of companies that will employ people with barriers. So we are launching actually in a couple of weeks a company that will provide landscape maintenance in the Greater Victoria area.
Okay, New Roads is the facility in View Royal, for those who weren't totally familiar with it, right?
In New Royal.
Used to be a juvenile detention center, now it's an Our Place facility. Would you add anything to what Kristi had to say about defining social enterprise?
I define it relatively simply. It's a for-profit endeavor that has a deep social purpose. So as Chief Louie was saying, that it's not all about making a profit. It's about, for us, it's about hiring people that are coming out of recovery and other people with barriers so that they can have meaningful living wage employment that has purpose to it, that has benefits to it, that provides the support, financial independence, and tools that they need to thrive in their lives. And when you have people that are moving along the continuum from being really restricted and in poverty and homeless to a place of health, but they need work, they need jobs. And that's our social purpose, but there are a lot of different social purposes for social enterprises, but it's that, we've got to make money. It's using the economic driver, but there's a deep social purpose and meaning behind that. So that's how I would describe it.
Okay. And how great was Chief Louie, by the way? Oh my God, that was so good. Wes Hewitt is with us as well, the CEO of the Port Alberni Shelter Society. Wes, good morning. Tell us all about you and the organization.
Good morning. The organization was established in 1972, and one of the things about the Port Alberni Shelter Society is we've worked to fill the continuum and the gaps in our community in the service model. One of the things that we're extremely passionate about is our therapeutic recovery community. We operate a women's only at this time therapeutic recovery community, and it was established 5 years ago. We were the first and only female only in Western Canada, funded originally startup wise through the provincial government. We currently run about 5 social enterprises, one being the farm. And one of the things that we're looking in the future at, there's 2 things. So there's this social aspect of the social enterprises. There's the benefit to the client through them. It is part in the fidelity of the therapeutic recovery model. It is a very, very large part of their recovery, their treatment through psychosocial rehab. So we run a farm. We also at the farm, we have partnerships with other employment agencies such as INEO, as well as churches within the community that use the farm as a tool. We have a yard maintenance, a recycle program, commercial building maintenance, commercial property maintenance. We have quite a pile of small equipment and small excavators. And the newest one that we're going into is a bakery. And all these social enterprises are huge in the personal development and recovery of the clientele that we work with within the community. And that's something that we stress. One of the other parts when we talk about the benefit of a social enterprise, and Kristi touched on this, we're going into tough economic times possibly. And a lot of nonprofits are very reliant on government funding, and that funding can dry up. So social enterprises can be profit centers, and generally at minimum pay for the program themselves. So they're a definite benefit without being a draw on funding sources.
And would you add anything to what Paul and Kristi had to say about social enterprise and the definition of it?
No, I wouldn't. Kristi has definitely the textbook definition of a social enterprise. And I'm involved not just in the Port Alberni Shelter Society, but in Sparks BC and CMHA and a couple of other organizations where, in the case of Sparks, we have a very successful social enterprise that we take those funds and reinvest in other areas to benefit the work that we do in the province.
Okay, I want to stick with you for just a minute if I could, Wes. You're in Port Alberni. Our Place and Scale Collaborative operate here in the Greater Victoria region. Are there some unique things about Port Alberni that maybe differ or stand out separate from the way things are in the capital region? Because Port Alberni, with all due respect, has had some economic challenges over the past few generations with the shift away from the mill culture and all that sort of thing. So the social issues there might be somewhat different than here, but is there anything really distinct about Port Alberni that we should know?
I wouldn't say so. I think Our Place and Victoria and that, we're dealing with the same issues within that client group that we're trying to target with substance use and mental health issues that within the organization's probably mission and vision in our case, that's our focus, is to work and improve and their life. And that's done through the purpose of putting them to work, letting them build self-esteem and opportunity and develop skills. The principle or the fidelity in the model of a therapeutic recovery community to graduate, and I've visited therapeutic recovery communities all over the world. They won't let you graduate unless you have two things. So you cannot leave the therapeutic recovery community if you don't have a job and you don't have housing, somewhere to go to. And that is kind of a universal thing, not just in North America, but in Europe as well, in the recovery communities that I've had the privilege to either go to or communicate with.
I'm also curious about the bakery thing. Sorry, we'll move along in just a second here, but I'm curious about the bakery for a couple of reasons. First of all, I happen to know that Port Alberni has the island's best donuts because it says so right on the sign at the outlet on the Harbour Quay in Port Alberni. But secondly, I grew up in a bakery. My family owned and operated a bakery when I was a kid. And to go back to what Chief Louie was talking about, is doing hard work at one time. A bakery is hard work, right? Is that one of the reasons why you chose that enterprise?
So it's one of those opportunities that sort of fell into our lap. So we have a teaching kitchen that we built in partnership with North Island College and our local Port Authority, because they have what's called the dock, which is a kitchen facility that is set up for businesses and that in the community to access. And part of it, you had to have accepted training to be able to utilize that. So we spent a couple of years where our commercial teaching kitchen was very busy. So now to put in a baking oven and a proofer and a mixer is a very simple thing. And it's an opportunity that we look at. So for the girls, and we're going to be expanding our therapeutic recovery into men this year, but with another 25 beds, to be able to go and work in a bakery and to supplement that with, to be able to learn how to operate a cash register and to be able to operate weigh scale and printer, label printer, and possibly we'll look to partner with some of our local grocery stores that these girls or guys, if they want to, can do a practicum outside of the bakery when they graduate out of the therapeutic recovery. It's a no-brainer. They have an opportunity for employment and reasonably good employment. So that's where the bakery has sort of fallen into our lap.
Yeah. Does everybody know what a proofer is, by the way?
Yeah.
A proofer is where you put the bread to rise before you bake it. And it might be hard work in a bakery, but it's probably the best smelling job you'll ever have in your life. So have fun with that. It's going to be something to watch that happen. Okay. What's that?
That's one of the ones when you when Chief Louie talked about having to get up in the morning.
Oh.
Most bakers go to work much earlier than a lot of people in community.
Tell me about it. When you're the boss's kid, you have to get up that early and you have to do that stuff. You do the work that he wouldn't ask anybody else to do. He said, well, my kid did it, so you have to do it. But anyway, you'll have fun with that. And when's opening date?
We're looking because of our sales method. We have a farmer's market that our girls from the farm attend all throughout the summer with our produce from the farm. So the easiest and simplest thing for the bakery is to tag that along with the farmer's market to start, and then develop a client base. And then as well, we have existing retailers that sell our produce from the farm. So we'll look to piggyback our baked goods on those.
Okay, thank you for that. Next time I'm in town, I'm stopping in. It's going to happen. Okay, so let's take that whole concept and expand a little bit more. Paul, if you can talk a little bit more about what you do both at New Roads and other places and the programs you have in place right now to address employment challenges.
Well, our challenges are mainly focused in our target area of the people that are coming out, and you know, one of the important things is really starting to understand the challenges and the nuances and where your target audience is coming from, and to really know what will serve them in terms of the type of employment. Is your business model aligned with what it is that they're looking for? You know, do you have the financial resources to provide the proper wages for them? And you know, knowing like what's the type of culture that they're going to need, what's the type of support that they're going to need. As I think I've heard Kristi say before, you know, wrapping employment around the people is really a great way to address some of the challenges. You know, you were saying, Bruce, that Victoria has some of the lowest employment rate in Canada, and I know in multiple sectors, getting people to work is, you know, getting employees is really difficult. And, you know, we've been able to understand and design this company so that we have like 3 to 4 times the number of people that we can actually handle at this moment. So for us, it's the other way around. But it's, you know, it's really understanding your target audience, understanding you know, what they need, and providing great services, great training, deep purpose, and the ability for them to give back. What we found is that the men that arrive, and soon to be women coming over in a few weeks, but they're looking to get back to community, that they feel like, you know, they've been given a leg up and an opportunity through the help that they've received, through the community that they've built. And now they're looking to give back in a variety of ways, and that's about creating a work community, but also providing these great services to change how people perceive people that are recovering from addictions, mental health, and homelessness. So our focus is more about the employment challenges for that specific demographic. But I also believe that social enterprises can solve a lot of challenges for employers out there by broadening the pool of people that you're looking at.
Okay, thank you. Kristi, same line of conversation. Can you sort of pick up from there and carry on? Great.
Yeah, so I would thank you, Paul, around identifying that key theme, which I'm going to say is like wrapping work around folks. And I think it's important to understand the barriers that people face. For when we started creating social enterprises that employ people with significant serious mental illness, the barriers that they faced were things like sometimes their medications make it really hard for them to get up in the morning, right? And so that makes it hard to do a 9 to 5. Sometimes it's like in construction industries, if they need equipment, if you need boots, if you need, training, if you need certifications, those things sometimes are hard if people are precarious in terms of their economic status. It's hard for them to do that upfront cost. And so having employment social enterprises often will cover the costs of those things so that people can get to work. Transportation is a huge issue. We see this with youth employment social enterprises, as often they're dealing with, especially in rural areas, people just getting to work if they don't have access to a car or transportation, or the work hours are not lined up quite right. And so it's really understanding like what is actually the barrier, and then how do you structure that work around it to remove that? Because as Paul and Wes seen, is that we saw that when we structured employment right and we provided supports and we provided some flexibility, that folks turned up and worked and were amazing employees. And so one of the biggest lessons that I had is that we thought that we were creating a social enterprise to help people, but what we found is that our employees created a huge competitive advantage for our social enterprise. We were doing janitorial business, and there's a massive turnover rate in janitorial businesses, but we paid our staff higher. We provide support, so we created a good working environment. We created that structure, and instead of having I think it was like a 75 to 400% turnover rate in the industry, we had an 80% retention rate. So then we begin to have a competitive advantage that adds real value. And so our employees made the business. So I want to just add in, if I have a moment, we did a research project a few years ago called Success Themes in support of employment, and we interviewed a whole bunch of employment social enterprises around how they structured their work, and just talked to them and came up with 11 themes of just how social enterprises are a little bit different, and their HR policies, their approach to that, the things that came out that were kind of universal to social employment social enterprises but unique to the sector. And I thought that was super interesting. And then the other thing I want to pop into the chat is also that for social enterprises, I just want to make the connection that a lot of these businesses, a lot of social enterprises are pretty bread and butter. Like I'm going to say employment social enterprises are pretty bread and butter. They're cafes, bakeries, landscaping, cleaning, like they're pretty Main Street bread and butter businesses that are providing services in communities. And those are coming up for sale. And so there's an opportunity as a social enterprise strategy to not always start up something, but to also think about where there might be an existing business already in your community that you can acquire and begin to transition into a social enterprise. And so what I put into the chat there was a number of examples of organizations that have done that. And this piece, the one that I would draw your attention to, is Carlton Road. They're a bit what Wes is doing, where it's like, create one and then begin to have like 5 social enterprises. So you begin to have like this economies within smaller communities or in places where those social enterprises begin to talk to each other and be able to route people through those different enterprises, and creates a really kind of like, I don't know, a powerful economy for good. So I wanted to add those 2 resources in there.
So they're in the chat room. Sorry?
If I can add to that, I don't know if I think I'm still alive. In my research, I totally absorbed both those resources that Kristi is mentioning. They were stellar information. And another one to potentially look at is by Social Canada. They've got a new program and a step-by-step process for people at different stages in social enterprises.
Okay, maybe if we get a chance later, we can bring those websites up on screen.
I'll just add
yep.
one as well to Kristi. So I've got a relationship with therapeutic recovery community in Salt Lake City called the Red Barn Academy. And what they did from scratch is they built a fast food restaurant. They call it Sticky Bird, which has been extremely successful for them. So it's quite often it's not necessarily buying something or whatever, but thinking outside the box and working to do a proper business plan, a bit of research, and then develop it.
Okay. You know, Kristi, the name of your organization is actually pretty cool. Tell me about why it was called Scale. I mean, it kind of indicates what you do when you give it thought, but tell me what the process that led to that name.
Yeah, so Scale Collaborative's a family of 4 organizations. So we have sort of Scale Collaborative, which is the core of it. And the way that we envisioned it is we kept seeing nonprofits and charities and social enterprises doing really great things, but struggling to access the resources to do really great things. And so we began to think about how do we help rethink the nonprofit and charitable model to become more enterprising, to create diverse revenue streams. And when we talk about scale, we're talking about what's the scale of the challenge that you want to solve. So going back to my example about the cleaning solution, is we were looking at, okay, we want to provide employment opportunities for people with significant serious mental illness. We understand the barriers. We understand the opportunity. We did our business sort of model. We're like, okay, we think this is a good business model. It provides the flexibility that's required. It has good margins in it. So we were able, it had 20% margins in it. So we were able to then self-fund the employment support services that came within that enterprise. And so those margins are critical. But what we looked at is we were like, so how many people in our Vancouver proper region living with significant serious mental illness, accessing employment services, want to be janitors? And so we looked at that and we came up with a number, and it was about 150. We polled all the employment services and it was about 150. So we're like, okay, we need to grow this business to be able to employ about 150 people with the goal that they would ladder into other kinds of businesses afterwards. And so that was the scale that we achieved. And so that idea of like, what's the scale of the problem that we're trying to achieve? And then how do you resource your organization or plan for your enterprise or your initiative to achieve that scale? So that's why we picked the word Scale Collaborative. And then, as I mentioned, like we do Thriving Nonprofits program, we do Thrive Impact Fund, and the Thrive Impact Fund is because a lot of times nonprofits, charities, and social enterprises have a hard time accessing capital, accessing right kind of financing. So we brought in that Impact Fund to help invest in and help these organizations to grow. And then we run the DOC, which is the Center for Social Impact in downtown Victoria. Yeah.
Cool.
All of that collaborates.
Yes. Scale it all up.
Yes.
I'm going to ask this question of all of you, but I'll start with Paul. Is there reluctance on the part of the public to take advantage of the services that you're offering, Paul? These enterprises that have been created?
Certainly, when we were looking at planning and creating the marketing materials, we perceived that there was a reluctance, and it was important that we had to overcome that stigma right away. Because people are like, oh, are they going to show up? Are they going to do good work? And my experience has been the opposite, and to take this challenge and turn it into a strength. My experience has been that the men that I've gotten to know through the therapeutic recovery community are inspirational. Like, it's not just working on your addiction, it's working on all of you as a person. People are transformed from the inside out, and if you can take the stamina and the courage and the tenacity and apply that to a workplace that has purpose, then we're highly confident that we'll be delivering excellent service, guaranteed services out in the marketplace at a competitive rate. So yes, there is stigma, but we don't want to compete in the marketplace by the lowest common denominator. We want clients who want purpose, who want to make a difference, who want to combine social good and good business and good business together. So yes, we found it, but we'll flip it around and turn it into a strength. In my research, I had conversations where there were some social enterprises, and the ones speaking to would be down in the States, that they didn't tell anybody who they were employing. They just provided good service because they were worried that people wouldn't purchase them. And 2 or 3 years into their business, they're like, okay, we're going to start telling people now. And then their business went through the roof, because now people are like, oh, I get to actually get the same thing that I'm already paying for, and I do social good, and I impact these issues that matter to me. So, our tact is to not shy away from that issue, to say this is what we're doing, this is why we're doing it, but services will be exceptional across. So that's our approach to what appears to be a stigma in the market.
Yeah, okay.
If I can add to that,
Yeah.
Is that we found for us when we were operating the cleaning solution, is that folks that our employees were like, hey, we're not super comfortable turning up in the workplace and everybody knows that I've come from a background that has created, that's pretty personal information. And so we made a strategic decision to mix our workforce. And so we had targets around our employment workforce, but we also were like, we hired lots of folks that didn't self-identify as having a mental health challenge. And so that allowed a bit of, I'm going to say, privacy and protection to our employees. And as well, we then led always with like, we're providing amazing service and so on. And then when we had our impact, we had an impact page that talked about the impact of our jobs, but that we always led with like, you're coming to do business here because this is an amazing company and organization. And we also had a real green environmental kind of bent. So we kind of led with the green, right? And we provided opportunities for employment in our back end. But that was kind of like our business. That was our business about why we existed. It was less than our front facing aspect of why we were trying to attract customers. We attracted customers on the basis of the quality of service that was provided.
Yeah.
And I think that is really understanding who you're serving. Like, you talked about, Kristi, the people that you were employing and what they needed, what they wanted in terms of their employment. And looking at our demographic, these men are proud to say, this is where I come from. This is that I've come from, this is a superpower. So I think it's really being intentional around who the people you are employing, what the right mix is, understanding the challenges, understanding what they want. And I think that's different than a normal business, that perhaps a normal business would not take their employees' welfare and understanding of them that much to heart, to actually design the business around who they are, what they need, and what will help them to thrive in the world.
Yeah. Wes, what about in Port Alberni? Have you seen any of that? Was there any pushback or reluctance on the part of anyone? And the privacy thing too comes into that, but please tell us your point of view.
I think, to be honest, with the community support, it's an opportunity. People want to reach out and be, the group that want to be supportive to hire the individuals. But Paul hit on it. When they show up, you want to make sure that you're there on time, you're doing a good job, and that you're reliable. And that takes that stigma part of it out. Now, Kristi, we're in a lot of ways, we're targeting quite often a different group. We're not dealing with a lot of people with severe and persistent mental health issues. A lot of our social enterprise people are more, it's a substance use issue that they've had, and we work through the program. We're not going to put them out in the public when they're fresh into the program. It may be at a 6-month point or after. So as far as within the community here, if we talk about our lawn maintenance and grass cutting, we set it up, this was our first year into that in the residential part of it. I had to shut the ad off. We ran Facebook ads, I had to shut it off because we had too much and we weren't ready for it. So.
There's been a situation for quite some time where people who identify or are identified as having physical, psychological, or developmental challenges are not seen as viable people to enter the workforce. There are agencies that work on that to get these folks connected with employment opportunities. But I've been in front of large groups of executives at a very high level and said, how many of you currently employ anyone who identifies with any level of ability that's identified as psychological, physical, or developmental? Very few hands went up. I then said, how many of you would consider doing that hiring? Boom, all kinds of hands went up. which is a reflection of the unemployment rate that we talked about when we started this thing as well. So getting the word out about those people is a bit of a, you said, Wes, that you put something on Facebook and it kind of went viral and all that sort of thing. What else do you do to get the word out about what you do and how you do it?
So, I'm at the age where I'm not exactly up on social media and media friendly in that. So I rely on staff members now. So yes, we're on Facebook and Twitter and I don't know what other ones are. We found that and we do a fair amount of functions within the community. An example is tomorrow we have what's called CD Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
So our girls from the recovery community have a booth set up and are selling seeds and information at CD Saturday. We do other things. We're at hockey games and different social functions within the community. But I'm always open to suggestions from people who are experts in how to promote the organization, promote the society and its purpose in community.
Yeah, a lot of organizations rely on volunteers to do that kind of stuff, which is fine, but volunteers may have other priorities at times too. Kristi, what do you do to get the word out? How do people find out about you?
I think doing events and turning up in community is kind of the best option to just engage and talk and and see what's going on. In terms of like marketing, social enterprises, I mean, we look at just really knowing who your customer is and who you're selling to. And so for us, when we did that, we tapped into nonprofits as a market. And we were like, oh, nonprofits purchase all these things. They purchase property services, they purchase catering, and their values aligned. And so, purchase cleaning. We looked at that as a market, and they're often not targeted, but they have economic spend. And so we went specifically for that market to serve them. And so it's really understanding what's that market need, where are they at, how do you reach out and connect with them. And there was a whole bunch of opportunities to do that through things like the chambers.
Yep.
Every social enterprise should join their chamber and engage, because that's your market, right? Like there's your markets in there. It's through engaging through organizations, network organizations. Like it's getting a bit active as this kind of participant in community of being like a business leader, like saying you put your business leader hat on, what are all the avenues that are available to business leaders that sometimes nonprofits don't think about? And it's beginning to engage in that kind of way, not necessarily with donors, but with customers. And that's a bit of a mind shift, a bit of a different strategy, and I see nonprofits doing better and better as and thinking more around that. But yeah, and then there's so many ways to turn up and create relationships.
Yeah, Paul, our place does get a lot of attention. You guys get a lot of media coverage. Everybody knows something about some part of what you do. But what do you do to actively pursue that sort of exposure and support?
I'll just put our place aside, who does an amazing job at so many things, and we're one part of their pathway of healing. But your place, from our place to your place, mm-hmm. We're just in the infancy of launching. So what we have to do is just be really mindful of a variety of things. One, as Kristi mentioned, who's your customer, making sure that you're clear on that. And then all of your communications, marketing assets, and everything like that is important. You touched upon stigma, so professionalism from equipment to uniforms, to communications, all of that sort of stuff has to be done. But our challenge as we begin this is to match operational capacity to deliver amazing service with a customer base and driving revenue. So if I get too many customers, I'm not going to be able to deliver this type of exceptional service that will really build the business in a sustainable way. So our approach is to take a staged approach and to build community. In my past work, I've done a lot of work of building community, and it's really all about relationships. So we're taking a staged approach in terms of building key stakeholder relationships in both for-profit and nonprofit sector, and then accessing beyond that as we move forward. So we're, at a certain point, we'll go into the media and make a big splash, but at the beginning, we just want to be strategic. So, I think marketing, like many other businesses, is done in similar ways. Always being clear on your value proposition that is often unique for social enterprises.
I just remind all the attendees that if you have questions, please feel free to put them in the chat room, and we'll bring them forward to the panelists today too. I want to talk about intaking into the organization. Kristi, I'll start with you on that one. Are there challenges involved in that? Are there things that are at times insurmountable? Are there things that are remarkably simple and easy about it too, but just the intake of people into Scale? Tell me about that.
Yeah, so Scale itself doesn't operate as social enterprise, like an employment social enterprise. So we work with organizations that do and work with nonprofits.
Right.
So, but in terms of I'm going to say, like, from our experience of not only operating social enterprises in the past, but working with organizations that do, there's usually, I'm going to say, like, an onboarding process, right? And so our approach is like, how again do you construct work around someone? How do you make sure they've got the tools of the job to succeed? And I like that Paul talked about uniforms. Like, providing uniforms is a great way to not only enhance professionalism, but also to take some of the financial burden of starting work. Like, I think sometimes we don't know how much of a financial upfront cost there is to actually start work if you're coming from a place where you haven't worked for a while, and things like transportation, but also providing pathways. So if you're starting with smaller time frames, and then pathways towards full part-time, pathways towards steady, pathways towards full-time, like, if that's the way, what does that look like, and understanding that capacity bit. We found that our task was to start people getting employed, and then to wrap around services to keep them employed. And if we were successful at that, and we were mostly successful at that, if we could keep them employed, then the work begins to do the work, right? So the work begins to pay money. So we begin to address poverty. The work begins to create community. So we begin to address isolation. The work begins to create structure. So people begin to have purpose. Like, it begins to do this multiple benefits of work in people's lives. And I still remember one of my first employees. Our first employees was, he hadn't worked in 20 years, and those are the kind of gaps that we're addressing. He hadn't worked in 20 years. He came in. He was our first employee. I had pictures of him vacuuming and doing everything like that. And he got his first paid vacation, and he called me from Tofino, and he said, "Kristi, I'm on my first paid vacation. I'm sitting here watching the sunset." And I was just like, thank you. Like, those are the delights that we get to do when we ladder people in, help them succeed, and then let the work, do the work.
Yeah. If you hear from him again and he's going to Tofino, get him to stop at Wes's Bakery in Port Alberni on the way.
100%.
Yeah, for sure.
we all stop at Wes's Bakery.
Yeah, okay. Wes, the intake process for you, has there been challenges with that or remarkable successes?
So, because at this present time, the therapeutic recovery community is not large, we work heavily within the criminal justice system. Quite a few of our ladies are from Alouette, from the prison, and they're released to us, some of them, as an alternative to sentencing or part of their sentencing. So we have a waiting list, and that's one of the reasons why now we're looking at an expansion of 25 beds to increase our capacity. I'm just going to make a quick comment though on the uniform bit. I think uniforms can be good and they can be bad. You have to know your client group that you're trying to employ. A uniform for a lot of our individuals is triggering. It brings back memories of jail or prison. So there is at a point where you can probably go into uniforms and that, but I would caution, like I say, you got to know your client group, what you're trying to do, where the purpose of your social enterprise, and work within those goalposts.
Yeah, and Paul, we'll throw it over to you now, the same kind of thing with the intake process and other challenges.
And I think both people were sort of talking to this, and that's really about building trust. And if people know who you are and understand what it is that you're doing and have a level of trust that the intake process is smoother. But you also, it's important to be really intentional about the intake process. And by the way, I do agree with the uniforms. We have pretty cool uniforms. People actually wanted to buy them from us, and I'm like, sorry, only for staff. But really structured in the onboarding, the first week, what does the first month look like, consistent follow-ups. Where do they want to be in a year or 2 years from now? How can we get them from where they are to where they want to be, even if where they want to be isn't within the company? So it's it's coming back to many of those same themes that we were talking about around the flexibility, around the individualization, around the proper tools and resources for them to be successful, and feeling like that they matter and that they come first, which is really about the type of culture that you're creating through the workplace. In many ways, I see the company as a container for culture, as a container for people to come together and support each other, especially within the recovered community. Having people understand what you've been through, and you speak the same language, and you know and can identify when people are struggling, and help your fellow staff member come back to health, and to have that trust where someone could say, I'm struggling right now, I need some time, that we want to support them in that. And I think Kristi was illuminating that builds on itself over time to create a great service and a great company that has those layers of wins for the people, for the community, for the clients, for what's possible in terms of the solutions in our workplace.
Yeah.
I'd just like to add something. So therapeutic recovery communities are not for everybody. So we interview and try and be honest with the individuals and suss out that they're making a commitment to ours is a 2-year program. A lot of the communities are 3-year programs in the world, or longer. And within saying that, those individuals, in the first 90 days of a therapeutic recovery community, there is quite a dropout rate, as well as in looking at that, not everybody is destined to follow or embrace that peer-led community to make a transformation in their life. So it's just one tool in the toolbox that we've embraced, and it has an extremely high rate of success if they go through the whole program. And part of that success, and a huge part of that success, I can't stress that, is the social enterprise part of it. The healing that takes place in that by working alongside of someone that's got the same issues that may have been in the program for a year longer than what you have, and is your mentor. We're getting away from a bit in some ways of the social enterprise. One of the biggest therapeutic recovery communities in the world is San Patrignano in Italy, and they have in excess of, at any time, about 50 social enterprises running. Everything from dairy barns to, they have a Michelin star restaurant, to goes on and on and on. One of the things that struck me when I visited there on an international program, If you were a carpenter and you ended up with substance use issues and went to that therapeutic recovery community, you wouldn't go into carpentry as a social enterprise. They take you out of your comfort zone and put you in something totally unrelated. And that's part of the recovery working through that. I don't know if I've explained it very well, but it's an interesting model. If anybody is interested in therapeutic recovery, a book by a fellow by the name of Dr. George De Leon. Very dry reading, but he's been involved since the 70s all the way through. He's in his 90s now. He can explain the principles and the fidelity of change made through community.
This creation of workforce with all of these models, though, does that place in Italy have a bakery, by the way, Wes?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay. Just wanted to be sure.
And they have between 12 and 1,500 participants at any time.
Wow. So assessing everybody as an individual is sort of in alignment with complex care, which is a term that we hear quite a bit. So, Kristi, how often does that concept, that idea, that movement of complex care pop up in your world? Like each individual is an individual. Everybody's not grouped together.
I'm going to say people are complex.
Yes.
I'm just going to say, right? And we've created work systems that we've created a structured, kind of industrialized kind of work structure, right? That a lot of people don't fit within. Even a lot of, I'm going to just call out one of our biggest challenges that we had in trying to ladder folks into safe and productive work environments was unions. And unions often have a very structured work environment with a goal of FTEs, of starting here and so on, that if you fall outside of that, it made it very hard to get folks into union environments where they would get the protections. They would get, there's a lot of benefits, but there's a very structured piece. And so I find that some of our ways that we've imagined and created work it does exclude a lot of folks, and even, we're doing some work with Construction Association. They're wanting to, how do we make more women be a part of the trades and more part of construction? I'm like, well, you can't start your workforce at 7 a.m. Most women got to get their kids to school if they're in this kind of thing, and they cannot turn up on a workforce. And, we've got daycare challenges, we've got so on. So it's and that comes back from the time where women were not income earners or secondary earners or whatever. And so, but as we're shifting and changing that, I really feel like we need to take a step back. And again, this is the beauty of social enterprise. And I love that Paul does it a little bit differently, and Wes is doing it differently, and everybody does it a little bit differently, which should be the way it is if you're looking specifically at what is the needs of the people that we're trying to employ, what is their input. We had our employees on our board, right? Which was, they're like, oh, is that a conflict of interest? I'm like, no, it's actually a deep alignment of interest. When there's conflict of interest around, wages and stuff like that, then yeah, but we put our employees on our board so that they could help guide and structure the enterprise alongside other folks to make it work for them. And that was part of having that deep kind of integration of the magic of what's going to make it work, I think is part of the response to the complexity piece, is to say, okay, we can't be everything to everybody. And there are things that we require, and that's part of turning up and contributing. You got to come on time. If not, this is the process. If you need to, making sure there's expectation, because people like expectation. Usually they like to rise up and feel like they're contributing, and part of that. So it's not like that, but it's saying, where do we see consistent themes across this group that is maybe facing common barriers, and how do we remove that, and how do we reduce some of the complexity that work can add in to make work one of the easier things that they can do in their lives. And I think if we can create work that provides ease, provides benefit, and asks for contribution, then I feel like that it's just hugely helpful in people's lives. I mean, I look at what work brings to my life, right? And how much value I get from work and how much contribution I feel from that. And I see that work over and over again. So I guess my response to people who have really complex lives and are managing a lot of things, including sometimes survival, is like, how do we make work become a bit of ease in their life, a bit of solutions to some of that complexity and reduce the complexity on the side. I don't know if that answers that.
Yeah.
What you
I think we'll come back to the complexity stuff a little later on, but we have some questions that are coming in from participants, and please, again, feel free to put questions in the chat room. This one is for you, Kristi. How would an organization look at developing a social enterprise? Is there a framework or methodology that's followed, or is it each situation or design being unique? Is there a time frame to get off the ground, standard startup, costs, etc.?
Yeah, so I put in a link that had the link from BiSocial to the Canadian Social Enterprise Guide. That's a pretty good guide on if you want to start and launch a social enterprise. So you're starting from ground up. and from there, it's usually like you have, some grant funding to help you do feasibility study to create your plan. You need to get some startup costs. You need to test your market, get it going. I encourage, it's easier to grow slow, to find enterprises that don't take a lot of upfront capital costs at the beginning. I mean, part of the businesses we ran where there are very low startup costs, same as landscaping and so on. You can kind of start with rakes and lawnmowers and stuff that are pretty low, and if they're contract based, then you can add and grow, so you can allow your expenses to kind of grow with your revenues or with your reach. So that's a bit. When you get into bigger capital outlays, then looking at maybe acquiring an enterprise, then you're acquiring their revenue as well as their enterprise, so you're not having to do the big runway up to break even. You're actually coming in at a different level. I really, really encourage everyone to figure out what's the money side of it, to be really realistic around the financial investments that you need to make in people and in equipment, and I like to over anticipate the costs and under anticipate the revenues, and make sure that we're getting as close as possible where you might need some grants and donations, when the revenues will kick in towards break even. And I'm going to say break even is a little bit, social enterprises tend to be steadier and steady growth, and especially if they have a parent company beside them, like in our place, or I had the Canadian Mental Health Association that was alongside that helped cover my salary. That's a huge benefit.
Yeah.
But it still takes 3 to 5 years to achieve break even. So really understanding that runway, and understanding and making sure that you've built in your costs really carefully. So doing that upfront work is really critical, I think, towards success.
Yeah, and a plan to turn margins or profit back into the business to help it grow and develop, right? Do you have does this involve a business plan?
Yeah, I mean, you need a business plan when you want to access financing.
Yeah.
So that's when you need a business plan. But I would say you can actually create a what's called a lean canvas to really outline who your customers are, testing it. There's steps to go before building out a whole business plan. And so when you come to financing, but the first little bit is a lot of I'm going to say a lean startup, iteration, learning, shifting, pivoting. And so, I kind of hold with hold the outcome firmly, but hold the process a little gently, right? And so it might change and adapt and shift and allow that to happen, so that you can pivot and go, because your customers, as you start out, your idea of what's going to work is going to change based on when you hit the ground and start delivering those services to customers. And once you start employing and figuring it out, you'll learn so much in that first little bit. And so it's just allowing a process of iteration. And then when you need financing, yes, you do need a business plan.
Yeah. Wes, do any of your enterprises have a business plan?
Yes.
Yeah. How much fun is that?
It isn't, but it is business. So, and Kristi has hit on it. If you're not organized and prepared up front, you're destined for failure. And you're aware of that as being part of the business community in Victoria. That's why businesses fail. They haven't done a viability study. They don't have the proper information up front whether it's viable. So yes. Yeah,
Paul, the business plans within the various our place, your place, all of that stuff, they have to have a business plan. It's very complex.
So I'll only speak to your place,
yep.
Because we're owned by our place. We're a separate company from our place. It's a partnership. But yes, we had a business plan, 3 years. We had a financial model that helped to understand the financial levers of the company. So we know that, There are certain areas that's like, it doesn't move the needle, but there's a couple of numbers that if you just make a small number there, change there, it dominoes out. So it tells you, you know, what you really need to pay attention to as the company moves forward. And if you don't understand those financial mechanics of the company, it's going to be really challenging because you may put your focus on the wrong stuff. You know, the business planning piece is important. The financial modeling is important. The infrastructure underneath, from HR to onboarding processes, it's a company like any other company. But, you know, I think Kristi was alluding to that you want to do what you need. You know, if I need a Volkswagen, I don't need to build a Cadillac. But if you need a Cadillac, then you need a Cadillac. But so it's about putting the right amount of time and attention that goes to your business. And, you know, one of the things that's unique is, in a way, it's kind of a combination of nonprofit and for-profit. And putting a team behind you that has the types of expertise that you need is really important. So I've been blessed to have this amazing for-profit acumen and this amazing nonprofit acumen, and be able to bring that group of people together to really give the insights in the parts that they have that deep knowledge in, and that allows to blend those two elements together.
Yeah, I want to focus a little bit more now on the F word, which is finance or fundraising. And we've kind of alluded to that here, but to get this stuff organized so you can create a social enterprise and employ people. Wes, I'll start with you. Tell me about finding the money to do what you're doing. We know that government has diminished ability to help people out right now. We simply can't rely on that going forward. So different sources, where did you go to source financing?
So that is really, I think, the big challenge. We're fortunate in the fact that the society I work for is very long-standing and has assets and abilities of our own. So we have been, for the most part, self-financing. But we do have a donor base as well that contributes to a portion of it from outside. One of the issues in therapeutic recovery, and it's a cardinal rule for the most part, is you do not want any government funding, because with funding comes rules and risk. Even a slight sway away from the fidelity of a true therapeutic recovery community destroys the success of the community. So that is something that we have been very adamant in following. So in putting these things together, and that it takes time. It's slow putting the finances together to do it. We would love to have an independent benefactor come forward with a large lump of funds, but I live on Vancouver Island, not Fantasy Island, as I would say. So.
Yeah, Kristi, same thing, the finances, finding funding, all of these F words.
Yeah, I mean, I think at early stages, grants are good sources for feasibility studies, for assessments, for helping develop a business plan, that sort of thing. Grants are not good at operations, as we know, and they're not very good at growing, right? So they tend to like to come in for specific things. They might help you to get access to, buy a piece of equipment or things like that. Like, that's where grants can come in. Having donors is great if they'll provide some monthly donation. All right. The thing is, if you begin to generate revenue, then a whole other set of financing begins to open up, and that's the world of social finance. Yeah. So, in that startup pre-revenue, this is where grants and donations and bootstrapping, all of that comes into play. Having some allocated from a parent organization can come into play. And then once an enterprise gets going, then there is a whole bunch of different things that are taking place. And I will put in, this is the reason why we created the Thrive Impact Fund. is to invest and provide flexible, growth-oriented financing for growing social enterprises. And so that's available in the region, as well as a bunch of other, I'm going to say, like social finance organizations that are looking to connect flexible and patient resources to good projects happening in community. And so happy to chat with folks about what's possible and what I see kind of happening in the landscape. I'd say your community futures, everyone in more rural areas, like go talk to community futures, talk to they'll finance nonprofit social enterprises. A lot of the other government funders won't, and that's where the social finance organizations like Thrive come into play.
Okay. And Paul, with Our Place, Your Place, New Roads, all of those places, that there's some fairly serious infrastructure that's being underwritten with that. So there's kind of a machine that works to get that money in place for your organizations. But tell me about that.
Well, it is important that, again, it is a separate company, and we went with a partnership model that blended it. So in the early stages, there was within the parent company, the parent organization, Our Place, and to get all of that initial work up. But then we decided to, go with a partnership model where the company is in fact owned by half by Our Place, who has controlling interest, but half by another entity and both are helping to provide that initial influx of funds over the first 2 years, and the security around lines of credit to be able to move it forward. So, we've tried to be strategic in a way that blended, again, that nonprofit and for-profit acumen with still 100% of all profits going back into the company. So it's trying to be inventive at those early stages is important, and to build that small community of leaders that want to help build it forward. And I'm starting to have conversations with different people in the business community who are like, oh, I'd like to kind of do this and do that, and so that blend of things, those partnerships in the background, can help with some of the initial startup costs or growing costs as you go. So it's I think keeping your eyes open and looking for inventive solutions to traditional problems can be helpful.
So within the creation of a social enterprise, there's also the element of opportunity that needs to be there. So we've heard references to food-based operations that are going on. I don't think it's any secret to anybody right now that the food and hospitality sector in general on free enterprise side is at huge risk right now. There are restaurants closing down at an alarming rate for a lot of reasons. The increase in interest rates is a part of that. Softer numbers in downtown areas where people aren't working in offices anymore. So how much of a consideration is given to that? And Wes, I'm going to go to you for this first of all. In identifying opportunities for a social enterprise, how do you identify those opportunities? Like what sectors do you look at in order to determine where you're going to go?
So when we're looking at things, ideas and stuff come from, we have a very active board of directors, staff, and others. There's always things thrown out in the possibilities. When you talk about restaurants and things, that's a very popular idea, but it comes down to doing a proper study to see if it's viable, and it doesn't take very long to find out that certain things historically, as in restaurants or whatever, are extremely risky and not necessarily viable within the community. We have another nonprofit organization that opened a restaurant, and it lasted about a little over a year before it closed. And unfortunately, community tried to support it, but I don't think they realized the costs in that. And that comes back to what Kristi was saying, going through, knowing what your upfront is going to be, being realistic and looking at the long term, and Paul touched on that as well, whether it's a 1 or 3 or 5 year break-even plan, that you know your direction. There's if you've got 10 people giving you ideas. It's not 10 ideas, there's probably 30 or 50 ideas that if you have the time to research it and look through, there's probably one or two that are possibly viable.
Yeah. And Kristi, you have very deep roots in this area. You know the economy, you know this region very, very well. So when identifying those opportunities, it's that same, you got to be careful. You got to know what you're going after. Do you see obvious opportunities right now? Like the whole cleaning business is kind of interesting, but what other opportunities do you think are quite realistic?
Yeah, I wish I had a, I had a magic ball on that.
Yeah.
I think COVID really hurt a lot of folks, and then we went into inflationary recession, and then then retail's changing, and we've got a whole bunch of shifting things.
Yeah.
So my caution to everybody is especially if you're thinking about buying a business or starting a business, is to ask if it's in a sunsetting industry or if it's an industry undergoing some serious changes. I always look for, on Venture Connect, I look for what businesses are up for sale, and I saw one that was like an ATM business for sale. So you could buy the little cash machines that they put everywhere, and I was like, oh, that seems like a great business. And I was like, right, we're actually shifting completely away from cash in our community, right? But for me, I've been around when cash was something, and so sometimes I think, oh, that would make sense. And then I have to be like, right, the world is changing, and maybe buying cash machines as a business is not going to be around much longer. I don't know. So I think it's really, really cheap to think about ideas. And it's actually pretty cheap to do really good feasibility studies and do snapshots and look at markets. That part, like when we talk about when you need capital, you don't really need it at the beginning stage, right? You can have, it's your time and thought and energy. But when you start that's when the money need comes in, the risk becomes, and so on. Like the risk is quite low at this stage. So taking your time to do that customer conversations beforehand as much as possible. Before we launch anything, I recommend like calling 15 customers and going, hey, we're thinking about launching this. Would you purchase this? Is the right price? Is like, do that work up front. It will save a whole lot of heartache later on. And in terms of industries, I mean, there's always things that are growing, and you can see when you look at incubator stuff, what's happening. So if you look at the circular economy incubators that Synergy is putting on, if you look what's happening with Coast, if you look at Innovation Island, if you look at those things that let you know sort of like what's on the horizon, what's emerging. If you look at tourism, there's cool stuff happening around tourism enterprises and shifting. If you look at like small manufacturing, things that people need in community that can't be displaced, this is why services are really beautiful, is that no matter how much tech comes in or whatever, you still need to have someone turn up and clean your office. Like that's never going away. You still want someone to come and mow your lawn. You still want someone to farm our food. Like these are things that are difficult for disruption. And so it's like just watching and being like, is this business providing a real true value to the community that I live in? If it disappeared, what would be the loss? And I think if looking at it through that way provides a bit of a test onto picking enterprises that have staying power and have longevity and are here.
See where opportunity is going. Ask a teenager, see what they would do, because they kind of have a little bit of a pulse on the future. I get the other thing that you touched on too, that restaurants are in one circumstance rather, but on Vancouver Island, we import 90% of the food that we consume, which means that our supply chain is a huge factor in all of this. It's a huge carbon footprint for that to happen. It means that we're supporting other economies in other jurisdictions instead of here. Has anybody ever considered food production instead of just a restaurant? Paul, have you ever heard anybody come across that idea?
I haven't heard that specific idea, but certainly, it's becoming front and center, and I know a variety of nonprofits that are really working in that food security area and teaching young people what it means to grow your own food and how the whole ecosystem works.
Yeah, because we had a therapeutic farm here at one time, right? Remember that? The one out on West Saanich Road? So that's sort of combining creating jobs with the well-being of working in agriculture.
Yeah. No, I do remember that. They had a big barn. They had a Saturday or a weekend market that was there. Didn't get, when we did our research, it looked broadly and then narrow, did visits to a range of other social enterprises, looked at their operations, but then when we started to narrow our focus, and Kristi was mentioning, it's like talking to customers. We actually got a significant contract before we even were created. You know, interviewing people that actually run those businesses, you know, 7 or 8 different companies I was able to interview, and people were generous with their time. And you know, there's book research, and then there's getting out in the marketplace and having conversations with people who actually know you should get this type of trailer and not that type of trailer. You know, it's like just nitty gritty stuff that does make a difference. Is really important at that preparation stage. So I can't add to the food security piece, but in terms of the preparation and research piece, I just wanted to add that piece of talking to people who've been through it before, who've been doing it for 20 and 30 years, or whatever that case may be.
Yeah. I'll talk to the food security.
Yeah,
We operate
Alberni Valley's got lots of land.
173 acre farm, have done for 5 years. It started out as educational, as a partnership with North Island College, and we ran teaching courses on market gardening and different things for the first several years. But we're moving, it is a viable farm. At this point, we've worked on community, mostly as in CSA programs, which is a weekly box program to individuals that we supply in Port Alberni, Parksville, Qualicum as well. But now our next step is, and we're just undergoing that, is what's called GAP certification. And within being able to receive a GAP certification, we can sell into grocery stores. So that's the next logical step in our progression in being able to sell on a larger scale than what you can at a farmer's market or in the CSA programs. I think it's a very, very positive thing, especially what's happening with south of the border. And food security is quite prominent, I think, in society right now. We are not organic certified, but we grow organically, and people respect that.
Cool. Just about out of time. One quick thing that has come in through the chat room here, and I think this is probably a question for you, Kristi. For those of us outside of BC, Ontario, but other places, are there community funding organizations that are working as deeply in this space as Van City?
Yeah, and kudos to Van City and our credit unions that turn up all the time in community, and that they're member-owned and are doing that. So I just want to do a big highlight and showcase and spotlight on those great organizations. So the challenge that bank institutions have and financial institutions have is that they're underneath a pretty strict legislation that means that they have to, adhere to certain kind of risk assessments and analysis. So what that means in terms of accessing financing is that they always and usually will ask for track record, collateral, that sort of thing, right? So we often will finance alongside those credit unions because we don't require that, and we can sort of help manage that risk for them to allow to unlock traditional finance. And nonprofits often don't have collateral. So and startups and early stage don't often have collateral. So this kind of partnership approach is really key. And so wherever you are, in every province, there are kind of funds like Thrive, and they tend to be pretty place-based or issue focused. So there's like food security funds, and there's, Indigenous focused funds, and then there's place-based focused funds. Like Winnipeg and Manitoba have one, and Alberta has 2, and so on. And so I put a link in to say you can access those types of funds through the Table of Impact Investment Practitioners website, and that will give a list. It's a little bit outdated, but it gives you a good idea, but it's definitely a growing field. And the big sort of like overarching, cross borders one across our borders is the Community Forward Fund.
Yeah.
So that's for nonprofits and charities as well for financing, and we've also co-financed alongside them. So you can see that sort of landscape. I also want to encourage like having conversations, like financing conversations with foundations is something that's becoming new and more relevant. And so you can have, when you think about raising resources for your project, it's like, think about all of it. Think about what's the grant resources that you need? What's the financing resources that need? What's the flexible piece that you might need some, like something that you pay interest only for a bit, or low interest rates, and then what's the bank piece. So there's a whole bunch of pieces that you can knit together with really supportive partners, but that takes time. So as Wes and Paul have talked about and emphasized, it's like knowing your numbers, knowing what you need, knowing what's going to take you through those first few years to get you towards profitability if you're doing a startup or any sort of so on, and then thinking through and taking the time to piece it together to get that right mix so that you can be successful.
Yeah. You guys are amazing. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for your time. You've been listening to Paul Latour, who is the manager of social enterprise with Our Place Society. Kristi Fairholm-Maynard is a director with Scale Collective, and Wes Hewitt at the Port Alberni Shelter Society, soon to be a baker. Thank you all for being with us here today. And gosh, look who's back.
Hi.
Hi.
Nice to be back. We have another poll that we're going to do. The question, if you have an answer, you can put it right into the chat. How many people with barriers and challenges in the Saanich Peninsula region of Greater Victoria found employment with Beacon's support last year? We'll give you another minute or so to answer in the chat, and then we'll let you know. So we'll give you a sec.
They're coming
What
in.
a great source of information those speakers just gave us.
They're all brilliant.
Yeah.
As we move into the second part of the day too, we hope you'll stick around for those fireside chats. Newcomers to Canada and getting them integrated into our workforce. We're going to talk about that. That should be just lots of fun, so stick around for that. And as we say, we're wrapping the day up around 4 o'clock, so we hope you can stay with us for most of the day today to do that.
Excellent, thanks. So Beacon Community Services helped 118 folks into employment on the Saanich Peninsula last year. So thanks for everybody who had an answer. And thank you, Bruce, for a great morning. You just did an excellent job. I have a few quick pieces to share with people, and then we're going to break for lunch.
Okay.
We had a great morning. As I mentioned earlier, we're doing a draw at the end of the day for a $100 gift card. If you've not yet entered your email into the chat to receive our newsletter and be eligible for the draw, please do so now or any point before 3:30 this afternoon, but you have to be online to win, and only one entry per person. And just a quick news update, Beacon Community Services, in partnership with the Sydney Business Improvement Association, is hosting an employment expo on Wednesday, March the 12th. We currently have about 25 employers registered. And if your business is in the Greater Victoria area and you would like to participate, we have space for more. Please contact Melissa Watkins, our Community Liaison Coordinator with Beacon's Employment Services, as per the information that's in the chat. And if you would like to support Beacon to strengthen and further our reach and community, including further events like today's, we would be grateful to receive your donations through beaconcs.ca/donation. And we're now getting ready to take our lunch break, and we're going to resume again at 12:45 sharp. Please mute yourselves and feel free to turn off your cameras. Enjoy your lunch, everyone. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to this session through Beacon Services. I'm Bruce Williams. I'm the CEO of the Greater Victoria Chamber of Commerce. I'll be moderating the rest of the program for this afternoon. For those of you just joining us, we would like to again acknowledge that we are gathered today here on the land of the Lekwungen-speaking nations, known to us today as Songhees and Kosapsan. We very much appreciate the honor that we have to live and work alongside them every single day. Okay, so we're going to move into something about AI shortly. So if you know a lot about it, you'll want to stay with us for that. If you don't know anything about it, you'll want to stay with us for that, to find out how AI is going to impact everything in our world, because it already is. Next up, though, we're going to do harnessing the talent of Canadian newcomers. In other words, immigrants to this country, people who are new to Canada, if you will. We did something at the Chamber of Commerce recently. We created something called the New to Canada Fund. So it's a fund of money from which people can draw to become a Chamber of Commerce member if they have been in this region for less than 3 years and came here with the purpose of buying or starting a business. So we took down the barrier of a membership fee, and people can draw from that fund, which is sponsored by 4 organizations: Air Canada, the Victoria Airport Authority, Western Interior Design and Build, and the Victoria Foundation. So if you want any more information about that, contact me at the Chamber and I can tell you more about it. ceo@victoriachamber.ca is my email address. Okay, harnessing the talent of Canadian newcomers. We have a conversation today involving 3 people on our panel. Shelly DeMello is the CEO with the Intercultural Association of Greater Victoria. Patrick McKenzie is CEO with the Immigrant Employment Council of BC. And Sonia Hall is Executive Director with Community and Employer Initiatives Branch at the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction. Welcome to all of you for joining us, and welcome to those of you rejoining us after the lunch break. So let's just do a little brief conversation about who you folks are and the great services you do. Shelly DeMello, you and I go back a long way. We're good friends. Could you just explain to everybody, though, about ICA, what it is you do?
Wonderful. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Bruce, for giving me the opportunity to talk a little bit about ICA. I'm Shelly DeMello. I'm the CEO at the Intercultural Association of Greater Victoria. We are a social purpose organization that focuses on supporting diversity and equity in the Southern Island, Vancouver Island. And we do so by supporting the settlement and integration needs of newcomers, immigrants, and refugees to the area and across the province.
Just out of interest, what's the balance of refugees versus immigrants? Like the ratio?
In terms of our serving those clients, we bring in approximately, or we support approximately 50 to 100 government-assisted refugees each year. And those are refugees who the government has destined to settle here on the island. In addition to that, ICA is what's called a sponsorship agreement holder. And so we work with constituent groups to privately sponsor refugees. And that, again, the levels are governed by our federal government and can range between 50 to 75 individuals. So in totality, you're looking at anywhere from 150 to 200 refugees settling either through sponsorship or through government assistance here in Victoria.
Great, thank you for that. Patrick McKenzie with the Immigrant Employment Council of BC. Patrick, tell us all about your organization.
Thank you very much for having me on the program today. The Immigrant Employment Council of BC, we're very much, as the name would suggest, of course, we're very concerned with how immigrants enter into the labor market and that they find meaningful employment. The difference with us is that we were really born of this idea that there are many fantastic organizations out there, like Shelly's, that are getting immigrants ready for the labor market. But who was getting the labor market ready for immigrants? And so who is working with businesses? Who is working with hiring managers to help them understand that there is an immigrant talent pool, and that hiring them and finding them, it's really only, in some cases, slightly different than finding Canadian-born and Canadian-educated and trained talent. And so we are here to ease that transition. So we want to bring that employer lens, that employer voice and perspective into sort of community programming and into government policy discussions.
You're a nonprofit association, correct?
We are, yes.
Yes. And how are you funded? Where do you get the resource?
Well, we're funded in a variety of ways. We're certainly thrilled with the province's support. Sonia's ministry, Social Development and Poverty Reduction, has been a tremendous supporter of us over the last couple of years. But IRCC, so the Federal Ministry of Immigration, they support us. ESDC, as well as the Future Skills Center. Those would be some of the larger ones. And then we do have, in some cases, some paying clients and customers who want to pay for the services that we offer to the newcomers that they serve.
Alrighty, thank you. And Sonia Hall, Executive Director with the Community and Employer Initiatives Branch at the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction. Sonia, hi. Can you tell us a little bit about what goes on with your organization?
Yeah, thank you for the introduction and for including me on the panel here today. Like I said, my name is Sonia Hall, and I'm your public government partner as a part of this discussion today. I sit with a branch that's called the Community Employer Initiatives Branch, and part of the Ministry of Social Development. And the ministry itself has a pretty broad mandate. It's around supporting people to fully participate in their communities. Sort of the biggest service delivery component of the work is around income and disability services across the province. So income supports to folks who are struggling and trying to help folks get back on their feet. The Employment and Labour Market Services division that I'm a part of is around employment supports, and so we fund the network of Work BC services. That's about 102 centres across the province. So many folks that are on the call here today are connected to Work BC in some way. Our role, particularly in the division, is as a partner in understanding community needs, labour market needs, and as a funder, we fund a wide range of Work BC services that are centre-based, but also a large number of community-based projects that are intended to address specific locally based market needs. So some of the work that sits with my branch in particular is around piloting and testing a number of initiatives, particularly for folks who have been maybe experiencing barriers in accessing some of the more mainstream supports, who've been left behind in sort of the benefits of our broader labour market. Just to add, we work with a really wide range of partners, so a lot of folks who've been on participating in the day-to-day, including the Chamber of Commerce. There's some work that we've done with you guys as well. Social service agencies, Community Mental Health Association, Foundry, a wide range of partners. So excited to be here today.
Thank you for that. We have a lot to unpack today and a lot of things to talk about. Work BC, actually, Michael Lane is in the call today. So Michael, nice to see you. Thanks for being here. You know, it's funny, I used to do this thing with people when I'd say, do you have a pen on you? And they would hand you a pen, and then I would say to them, where did you get that pen? You never know, because the world is full of places where you can source a pen. The pen that was in my jacket today is from Work BC.
There you go.
So Michael, I got that from you somewhere, probably at an event or something. Okay, so we have a lot to talk about today. The whole situation with immigration into Canada is shifting, as we know. It's kind of been a whole spectrum of things, from a great deal of immigration being accelerated to now to the point that it's being reduced. So the government has made that decision on a federal level. It's impacting workforce, it's impacting post-secondaries and workforce development. So a lot of these things to talk about. But Shelly, let's start with you here. The people that come through ICA and you help them settle here are a pretty significant factor in our workforce, are they not?
100%, Bruce. We see a number of different immigrants come through looking for services with ICA, but also is part of settlement, making Canada home, making Victoria home. It's not just a one-stop shop here at ICA. We really want to focus in on the needs of that particular individual as they arrive. That could be anything from, how do I find housing? How do I get connected to the job market? How do I register my kids for school? I need, to improve my language skills. But it's also about building community connections and finding your place and footing here. So when we think about immigrants settling anywhere, for that matter, we often think about their economic contributions first. And so I always like to offer up that it's much more than that, that we're building rich and diverse communities, and that those rich and diverse communities, of course, benefit from an economic contribution of the skills and talents that those immigrants bring with them, but much more so than just an economic aspect to things, where we're enhancing our cultural diversity and our experiences with regards to a more global perspective.
And of course, you have your own story to tell about having come to Canada from somewhere else. Let's talk about that a little bit. Tell me about your process.
Well, where do I start? I am an immigrant. I was 2 months old when my parents arrived here, and that is quite an interesting story. My dad was a mechanic, a professional mechanic and teacher in Guyana, South America, a part of the West Indies. And he recognized that the political turmoil that was unfolding in Guyana was not tenable. And so He chose to put in his application to 3 countries, the US, the UK, and Canada offered him a new life first. And so being my dad, the opportunist, he jumped on board that opportunity. However, once immigrating and attempting to find work in his field, he found that a lot of doors were closed to him. And that meant, taking labor jobs. He was very underemployed for many years of his life. And so his reconciling of that, was to invest time and contributions into my sister and myself. And so while I look at this as being a waste of labor, human talent, and experience because we didn't have the systems in place when he immigrated in 1971, the expectation that it would be the next generation that would benefit just feels short-sighted. And so we still see quite a bit of that story happening. I know we'll talk about credential recognition later on, I imagine. But, my dad's story is of that. There was no way back then to have his credentials recognized. And so he managed to make a good living, to provide educational opportunities for myself and my sister. And so at this point in time, he could look back at his experiences saying, I've done what I could do. So while my prosperity wasn't quite as what I had envisioned it when I landed here in Canada, I know that future generations will benefit. And so to bring that my experience back to, the stories of many who decide to make Canada home, it's frustrating. It's frustrating not to have your skills and talents recognized. And I don't only mean in terms of credential recognition. Many of those many professions don't require credential recognition. Many professions need a way to understand international experience as it relates to the Canadian labor market. And so ICA and many of the partners here on the call today play in that space. We help to build a bridge for the labor market, for employers and international talent to be able to find each other and to, if you will, translate that international experience into good economic benefits for communities.
Yeah, the conversations we have at the Chamber of Commerce with other chambers and other levels of government would, like in your dad's case, if he could fix vehicles in Guyana, he could fix vehicles here. Like we have all of these openings, we need all of this workforce here, we need to make those steps forward. Patrick, let's talk about the process that you use to help people settle in here.
Sure thing. Well, we're very much focused on what Shelly just said. It's this idea of skills and ability. It's what can people do tangibly. So there's been for the last 50, 60 years, we've been talking about foreign credential recognition, lack of language ability, lack of Canadian experience, and by extension, a lack of networks in Canada to be able to navigate the workforce and the labor market. And keep in mind, I said 50 to 60 years we've been having this conversation. I'm going to go to a limb and say we're having the wrong conversation, and that we're getting distracted by the notion of doctors driving cabs, which when it does happen is a terrible thing. Mm-hmm. We're not all meeting cardiologists in cabs. Right? The data's there. We know how many doctors are in cabs, but we actually don't know how many MDs because we can't split out PhDs from MDs when we look at those numbers. And so we need to start turning our attention to skills. We use credentials as a shorthand for ability, when in fact, if you have a BA or a BCom, you don't necessarily know what the skills that were picked up in those degrees. And so to help employers really hone in on what is that problem you're looking to have solved? What are the skills that someone needs to bring to the table? And then at the same time, we want to help newcomers And we work with folks like ICA to help newcomers better understand what it is that an employer is actually looking for, too. So that when they're getting training, when they're being informed on how to navigate the labor market, it's done so in a way that's actually going to be fruitful. Because at the end of the day, it's the employer is that ultimate gatekeeper to the job. And so we want to make sure, especially in the 80% of the labor market that's unregulated, and so we're really trying to change that narrative. But we also want people to understand that immigration is not a silver bullet. It's not always going to go smoothly. But at the same time, it's, hiring Canadians doesn't always go smoothly. Like, truthfully, if I were to stop and think about all the people I've hired throughout my career, there have been way more Canadians that have caused me problems than any newcomer has, like in terms of the integration into the workforce. And so I think we also have to put this into a realistic perspective on what's happening.
Okay, thank you. Sonia, tell me about the role of the ministry in this whole process. Hi.
There we go. Thanks.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that there's multiple players within government that have that are playing a role in this space. Just kind of speaking a bit more narrowly to kind of where I've been sitting. There's a few pieces in one, trying to understand sort of the needs of employers, right? In terms of what are they looking for in terms of addressing labor market needs. What job seekers are they trying to engage with? We're sharing information with them, for example, like the labor market outlook that sort of is anticipating what that gap of supply looks like over the next decade, which is pretty large, right? When you look at who we've got in the province and young people, there's still about a gap of about a third that we've got to be thinking about who's coming in. So trying to raise awareness around that in terms of different sources of labor and speak to them around their needs. And then this other piece of understanding job seeker needs. There's a fair bit of work that we're doing in investing, like I said, sort of in different kinds of projects, really trying to break down some of the broad categories. I think we talk about newcomers, immigrants, refugees, racialized communities, and with some pretty broad strokes. And there are very specialized needs, or like all job seekers, right? I think one of the panelists on the last chat talked about people being complex, and I would agree with that. And there are particular needs for sure, country of origin and experiences that people are bringing in. So we've got a few different projects that we're investing in, just as an example of one with the Y, where we're looking at how do you support immigrant women who are fleeing difficult, abusive situations, engaging in the labor market. It's a part of their independence and meeting a need in the market too. So what are the kinds of supports, what kind of experience do they need with an employer to help engage them in the work and keep them there? So trying to understand some of those needs, trying to break down some of the specialized pieces of a person's experience in these newcomer cohort groups is something that we're really trying to understand better. I think one of the pieces that has been interesting for us my colleagues on this chat have a lot of very specialized expertise, knowledge on this. I think the piece that we've been trying to pay attention to is workplace culture, and what supports can we provide around that, because there may be a gap in a hiring need, and there are people with different backgrounds or qualifications. But even when you do match, so kind of move past the mismatch part of it, and you have folks that then are hired, what we're also trying to understand and hearing from people is that, well, I landed the job, but now my experience in that workplace culture or staying, being able to stay isn't great. So these experiences of discrimination, unconscious bias, how folks are feeling integrated into that environment is something that's really key too, I think, to this.
Yeah, the ministry itself, social development, means that these folks are going to be a part of our culture. They're welcome here. Yep. They're bringing cultural and diversity elements to us as well. But you want to keep them out of poverty. You want to make sure that they have every opportunity to succeed and work, correct?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, in terms of the ministry as a whole, just speaking broadly across population, I mean, the demands right now, I'm no surprise to people, right? It is a difficult time for folks with cost of living, and the caseload pressures in terms of income assistance, they're only rising. And so really trying to think in smart ways around how to match the right kind of pre-employment or employment support to help folks move in goals that they have for themselves and for their families. That's absolutely a part of the goal. And with heightened sensitivity with what's the uncertainty south of the border, and there's trade and labor market concerns with that. There's also backlash in terms of social norms and specific communities, again, who feel that backlash as well, right? In terms of what's happening in how communities are being described, or so the border control piece, the labor market piece, adding a lot of different kinds of pressures and fears for sure.
Yeah, just one other quick thing. Who do you work directly with when you're doing the stuff that you do?
Kind of a wide range of partners, actually. We have a number of different kinds of investments. Work BC centers themselves are great partners in this work. They share a lot of information around how they are able to respond to needs, who they're seeing walking in their doors, how they're engaging with newcomers as well. And there's a lot of great work being done in that through those partnerships. One of the programs that falls with me is called the Community and Employer Partnerships Program. It's a funding program, and folks can, folks like probably people on the call, different agencies can apply to that. And if it's making the case around a specific need or a research and learning opportunity, we try to support those.
Okay, thank you for that. Now then, things are shifting, things are changing. There's that whole gong show going on south of the border. There are noises being made in this country by certain political elements as well. So Shelly, tell me, in the period of time over the last couple of years at ICA, what have you seen shift? What's different now than 2 years ago?
I think we've got to start from present day. The National Levels Plan that was made public towards the end of October, beginning of November, has really ushered in a shift, very much politically, and I'm going to try not to be political here, but hard not to be, where the government has had to respond to the challenges around supply and demand, if you will, for housing, for scarce resources, scarce jobs. And so they've dialed back on very aggressive immigration plans of the last few years to land now at a more conservative approach. Many of us in the sector feeling like that is a political response as opposed to a holistic response. But I want to pull on a bit of a thread from your earlier question, Bruce, around, how to integrate and how to think about how to hire immigrants and where that fear comes from in terms of, oh, well, we can't absorb as many people as the government is saying that we can. And I mean, I've got a number of different stories if there's time to share later. But, Canada is a vast country with many innovative research and development, manufacturing, and service arms to its economic engine that will require, talent that may not already exist in this country. And so globalization, which is here to stay, despite what some might try to do, means that people have a depth of expertise across the world that can be shared no matter where or what. And so this idea that Canadian experience, if I can add this to the conversation, is the pinnacle of experience and the way to test whether or not someone will fit into the labor market, I think can be myopic and short-sighted. That because of globalization, our experiences have shifted and changed. So if you take the simple example of a Microsoft product, Microsoft Office operates pretty much the same way as it would in countries across the world as it does here. And so maybe I'll land on this thought, which is that what has shifted and changed is a fear of the unknown and a fear of how to integrate diverse talent into a workplace. fear that it might require a lot of investment, fear that, we don't have the tools or we don't have the policies or the procedures to make this really work. And so we're treating diversity as a bit of a problem to solve, as opposed to an opportunity to explore and to be curious about.
Yeah, I mean, the immigration numbers were very robust for a number of years. We were bringing 600,000 immigrants, I believe, a year into this country.
500,000, yeah.
But at the same time, they neglected to put something in place to create housing for those people when they got here. So and this is not a political comment, not being political, but just saying that the housing priority is with the province. The immigration stuff is federal. The two didn't really talk to each other. The feds had a housing program nationally that was dissolved 25 years ago or something. So though the two needed to happen at the same time, and we've suddenly come to this screeching halt on the whole thing to realize where we're at and which has created the unfortunate scapegoating that we see, that immigrants are being blamed for the housing shortage. So we'll unpack that later on too. Patrick, tell me what's different in your world now compared to 2 years ago.
Well, I mean, very similar experiences to what Shelly's talking about there. One thing is, though, we see more and more businesses coming to us saying they want to find immigrant talent, that they're in need, so they're looking for folks. Now, these are dynamic businesses. Like, these are clearly folks who are looking to do things a little bit differently, and they feel like they can manage the risk, or they're looking for help in managing the perceived risk of hiring someone who's not from Canada. And I say perceived risk. Like, there is a perceived risk to hiring anyone. And so, I sometimes I get in trouble because I say, well, we just work with the ones who will work with us. Like, I'm not interested in changing hearts and minds of people who are hell-bent against immigration or just think that it's too hard to try. We're a small not-for-profit. Right? I'm going to put my effort into those who are already willing to come there. And I also say, a bit tongue-in-cheek, but there's truth to it. In 5 to 10 years, I wouldn't have to worry about those businesses anyways. They won't be here. They're competitors that figured out this competitive advantage to fishing in a different and very deep talent pool are the ones who are going to grow. And that's where I think, in the changes in immigration, like, yes, the federal government has changed and sort of lowered the target that they had set forth for themselves, this coming year and sort of years going forward. But I think we should keep in mind, there's only 5 years in history that they took more people into the country than they're still planning to over the next few years. So the door has not been closed. Mm-hmm. It's just, I'm not sure what they're doing with the door, and that keeps happening, unfortunately. And maybe this will get a little too political, but like, for the love of God, we cannot figure out the strategy behind what the federal government's doing right now. And I dare say they can't figure the strategy out behind it either right now. And so that chaos creates uncertainty in the business community. Who wants to hire if you don't know that they'll be able to stay? Who wants to hire if you don't know the tariffs are going to completely decimate your business? Immigration doesn't happen in isolation. You talked about housing. We talk about education, these other pieces, and you're very right. Immigration has been used as a scapegoat in some quarters as driving the housing shortage. Now, you bring 1 million people into the country, and of course it's going to add pressure to housing. We can't pretend otherwise. But you hit the nail on the head that 25 years ago, 30 years ago, under Chrétien and Martin, we started cutting budgets. And then that trickled down to provincial governments and municipal governments. And at no point when we started making more money again did anybody stop and say, my goodness, maybe we want to reinvest in these areas. Right? And that's the real driver, is we've not, I think it's certainly, I think there's a lack of leadership in many quarters to look at it and say, okay, well, immigration is not an immigration issue, and housing is not just a housing issue. These pieces all work together, and how do we get that? How do we get there and answer these complex questions with what are going to be complex answers?
Yeah. So, Sonia, I'll go back to you for this one now. The recent election meant that there was a chance to sort of rejig, change directions, and be fairly nimble on this. So the situation that's been evolving over a few years, your ministry now is in a position, and I'm sure is poised to take advantage of what's happened, in the fact that you understand the circumstance we're in, but you have a new mandate to govern. So that gives you some added impetus and incentive to go forward. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously as the public servant element of this, the politics sort of stand outside of that for me, right? In terms of what's the mandate of the ministry, and does that remain the same? It absolutely does. In terms of where I'm coming from with social development and poverty reduction, these are goals that have stood, you know, regardless of how some of those shifts have occurred. I'm just really excited to be in that seat right now, because there's a moment of time here where we're really trying to understand kind of what we were speaking of before, the pressures around folks falling out of the labor market, you know, or not being able to attach to it at all, and thinking about what other ways can we think about pathways, and how do we think a bit more broadly. Job outcome is obviously a worthy goal. We also want people to have good path to get there, and think about how they're contributing to their communities and how they're maximizing the talents that we're talking about, the talents of immigrants, where they may not be recognized in the same way. But there's a lot there, and I think the piece about you know, with government is we can't do that work alone, and so a lot of where you know, I see the initiatives that I'm involved in, or the questions that we're trying to sort through, you know, they're not ones that I can answer myself. It's a convening role of getting the right people together and trying to determine how do we move forward. Are there partners in the space that can do this in different ways that are outside of government? What are the pieces that are like clear and priority urgency for our role in maximizing what we can bring to the table? So I appreciate the level of you know, the frustration around how bureaucracy maybe has been, or what needs it had been built around. We're evolving. We're trying to shift. I mean, I can certainly say for the work of me and my colleagues, that's absolutely what we're trying to do. I see a number of questions in the chat that relate to sort of the flexibility of understanding that needs of job seekers are more than one singular piece, and how are we in the ministry thinking about those broader support needs? We're absolutely trying to sort through what are those support needs, what are partners in this work, whether it's mental health, housing, that there's a lot of complex drivers that are you know, affecting people's lives. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of where I'm coming from, in understanding our mandate letter specifically focuses us right back on poverty reduction and social development, really prioritizing young people and thinking about barriers that folks with complex needs, substance use, precarious housing, these issues that everybody's thinking about, they're also front and center for us.
We had a stat earlier, I'm not sure if you were on the call, but Victoria has the second lowest unemployment rate in all of Canada.
Yes. Yeah, I did, yeah.
And it's not the same across the entire province, right? So what are the jurisdictional differences, if you will, that you're seeing across the province?
Yeah, I mean, I would have to sort of pull that out a little bit more, but I was reading some of this week myself in terms of some of the Stats Can data that came out around immigrants and newcomers in particular, that was showing you know, that is not a shared experience with newcomers that are coming to the country and to the province. That poverty is high. There are deep pockets of poverty when you're looking at newcomers, when you're looking at people with disabilities as well. And so we've got a number that's not shared, and so equity has to be a big part of the conversation. Yeah, I appreciate that for the island. Unfortunately, the pressure points in other areas, that communities that are anticipating transitions as well, it's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, we have a question directly to you, actually, Sonia. As a service provider on Vancouver Island, we're noticing that clients are coming into our programs, including the Work BC centers, with more barriers and have more overall challenges in their lives. Are there any thoughts on how we can navigate this in an outcome-based fee model? Is there a plan to provide more supports to help the clients?
Yeah, I had read that, and that's actually what I was referring to. I think that appreciating the experience, and we're with you in understanding that, and trying to determine what's going to make sense. One of the pieces that is sort of outside of the Work BC component, but is one of the testing initiatives that I'd mentioned, is that we have 6 communities that are piloting a bit of a different approach in how to think about employability and employment through what we're calling our community-based employment services. And actually Beacon is I think one of the staff had chimed in, because Beacon is doing some of that good work too. So, you know, we're trying to see if there are different approaches and then see from that evaluation and some of what we can learn from that, what does that mean for how we design the services going forward in terms of the provincial model for employment services.
Okay, we're going to loop back on a bit of that in a second with you too with another question. But first of all, let's go. Shelly, I'm going to ask you this question. So we're in a circumstance, okay, you've got a newcomer to Canada, an immigrant that is going to be going for a work interview with somebody. What does the applicant need to know? What does the employer need to know? And what's going to make that process the most productive?
Starting with the newcomer, there's a number of different things. I mean, it's not a one size fits all. And so at ICA, we meet the client where they're at. I think that's very important. And there is a focus on honoring their knowledge to date. Like we're not here to fix something. We're not here to recalibrate. We're here to understand what their true skills and talents and contributions could be as it relates to the labor market and where they see their goals, where they see their career hopes and aspirations to land. And then we work from there. So we kind of reverse engineer it. It's not us telling them what they should be doing. It's not us creating those cookie cutter approaches. It's us really translating, going back to my earlier comment around, being that bridge between the employer. Now, we've had a number of great opportunities to meet with employers and to talk with them about their needs. And in some cases, again, we meet the employer where they're at. Some employers are further down the curve. They, to Patrick's point and to Sonia's point, we've got community agencies and employers working together already. There are those who understand that there is great competitive advantage in looking at diversity, creating equitable processes and equity through those processes, achieving equity. So employers, I think, in preparation for accepting or reviewing a resume from an internationally educated or experienced professional, needs to go back and look at that globalization. Like what is these transferable skills? How can we assess someone's international experience, translate that to our current market systems? And that could look like a number of different things. So it might be language. While they are understood and can be understood in a meeting, it might be that the individual's writing skills might need some brushing up. And so can we make that investment in order to tap into potential global market exposure? Or is it that we need to be working with community organizations to help bring that language skill? And I loved what Sonia said earlier around cultural competencies. And so at ICA, we've spent some time looking at the intersection of communication and cultural competencies. And that has translated into a number of different services that work with employers to find out, how do we get people's health and safety skills up to speed so when they enter our workforce, they can hit the ground running. And some of that can be done ahead of time and in partnership with community agencies, not just ICA, but other settlement agencies where, we can, again, translate workplace culture into, actuality and good employment hires.
Yeah. Thank you. Patrick, you're kind of a bridge too, as Shelly used that term as a bridge, but add to that a little bit, if you would, that whole process of making the connection, what should be said, what needs to be known on both sides of an interview.
Well, I think that gets to the heart of the matter in most cases. So we can talk about, again, those barriers that I mentioned before, and often we'll talk about a mismatch of skills or a mismatch of supply and demand. But I do think there's a miscommunication that's happening here. And so helping newcomers really understand what it is that an employer is looking for, how to navigate that, how to navigate the job hunt, and how to emphasize the skills, the attributes that they bring to the table that could solve the employer's problem. At the same time, it's helping an employer really know how to ask the right questions too, and get at the heart of what they're actually looking for. Like I said, we use credentials as a shorthand for ability, and that generally works well when everything's from the Canadian context. But the second you introduce that external factor, like a foreign credential or foreign experience, we know it gets discounted down to zero. And almost every time, and the data shows us that. But if we have a conversation about skill, then that's different. We have the conversation about experience, then that leads us potentially to a very different outcome. A few years ago, we developed a program called Ascend. And right now, I think we have close to 60 partners across the country that deliver it, and another, I think upwards of 30, 40 who refer folks into it. And this came out of conversations we were having with mentors and with employers. And they said, we're seeing these immigrant candidates who are supposed to be job ready, but in fact, they're not. There's a real unevenness to the job readiness of the folks that we're seeing. And so we asked them, so what makes you say no? And they told us. And a lot of it came down to that ability to sell the individual self during the whole job hunt. So a lot of what you might call soft skills, or enabling skills, whatever the latest term is for it. What I'm really happy to be able to do, though, is and I'm grateful to Sonia's ministry for the investment. Is we're now actually taking that and flipping it around, and we're giving it to the employer. We're going to create similar for the employer to say, okay, well, this is what you need to do for yourself to position yourself to be attractive to immigrant talent. I always say, as Canadians, we can be a little smug, but we have to remember, immigrants have to pick us before we get to pick them. And so what story are we telling? What's that brand that we're putting forward? And underemployment is not a great brand. And so we want to be, we know people want to come to Canada. There's roughly 90 million people in the world have said they do. But what can those 90 million people do? And how can we make sure that those, and every immigrant is an economic actor, no matter how they arrive here. So they come as a federal skilled worker, a provincial nominee, or a refugee. These are folks who will be an economic actor. And so we want to give them the opportunity to not only put their best foot forward, to find the most meaningful way to contribute and to become involved, but then to also make sure that employers aren't unwittingly throwing barriers up, even just keeping themselves from getting the talent that they need to grow their business.
And you can be a resource for the employer.
Absolutely.
Better understand this and navigate the whole thing.
No,
all right.
Absolutely.
Okay, Sonia, we're going to go back to you now with something in the chat room here. Do you see the potential of interprovincial trade barriers and provincial rules in licensing, or credentials, if you will, engineering, medical, being eased? And will that assist in the conversion of non-recognizing of professional designations and experienced immigrants? So in other words, can all these conversations now about taking down interprovincial trade barriers also happen with interprovincial recognition of credentials, because they are not unified across the country? And again, that would be a federal issue, but the province would have a role in advocating for that too. And if the answer to that question is yes, could there be an opportunity to develop policy in tandem to expand healthcare positions, et cetera, to fill provincial employment gaps? So, bit of a mouthful there, but over to you.
A bit of a mouthful, and also involves ministries that are sort of my partners,
right,
as opposed to MSDPR, to be frank with you around that. So I think that watching in some of the chat, there's references to post-secondary and future skills, one of the key ministries that we work with. Certainly they would have more insight around this than I would, but I do appreciate that there's a lot popping up in the chat that's related to different government programs or policy impacts that people have questions about, concerns about. Happy to circle back and track some of those and see if I can get them to the right, some of my colleagues, and have some connection around that. But I absolutely understand, the questions that are coming up that are broad across the country and relate to policies that are affecting real employers and real newcomers in trying to navigate some of these complexities. I wish I had the answer on these, but absolutely happy to help stick handle, getting answers where there are some already, or if there aren't, trying to figure out who can help to kind of sort through those. But it's a great question. I know it's a piece that we've been trying to think through in terms of how do we support job seekers.
Okay, I don't think I can see what's in the chat room, but I know you're all kind of chatting about this among yourselves. What about this?
Yeah.
What about the idea of having someone's, and I've said this for years now, having somebody's credentials recognized before they get here? In other words, to go through that process to have them recognized before they arrive here, and then they can land and they can start working right away.
Yeah, I mean, again, these are all great ideas, I think, that are worthy of digging into. I wouldn't have the policy background to be able to dive into that. I think that they are partners that are related, again, to our, you know, our health, our Ministry of Health, in terms of what those qualifications and credentials are, and then the folks provincially and federally who are looking at supporting that process of people coming over. But it absolutely, obviously, a very critical issue that people are debating on this chat. So I appreciate that.
That's the feds and the province talking to each other, and it's a long story. Anyway, another issue that I think you're all going to want to weigh in on this, the reduction in the number of international student visas that are being granted in this country. That's being identified by many people as being scapegoating against international students. But at the same time, they provide a source of revenue for post-secondaries that means that they can continue operating at the pace and the scale they are right now. But without those international students, layoffs are pending, and they're going to happen very soon. That's going to mean a reduction of staff numbers, faculty numbers, course offerings. So Shelly, what are you hearing about that?
Thanks, Bruce, for the question. And I know a while back you and I had explored this topic just as the changes in immigration plans for international students were announced early last year. We're seeing, you know, the fallout and the dust settle around some of this. But what's clear is, again, some of the lack of planning, the short-sightedness of what it means to look at one group and say, this isn't working, that there are bad actors. I think those were some of the terms that were being used, you know, for some of the smaller colleges who were bringing people in and not necessarily providing the level of services. But again, you know, that is a smaller number than it is the greater number. It's also a pathway to permanent residency, or at least it was, in a more direct way. And so what that meant for Canada, what that meant for our communities, our local, our local economies, to the universities or the educational institutions themselves, was, yes, this revenue stream, but also talent that would, through the education process, be integrated and have settled to some extent. And so these, what I'm going to call lack of planning issues and that short-sightedness has led to, well, the housing crisis has occurred. Again, there's scarcity. It's the international students who are, and sorry, I know I'm being very linear with this. It's much more complex, but this is how it is played out in the media, that, you know, it's cause and effect. Lots of international students has created this challenge, and therefore, if we just reduce the numbers of international students coming through our doors, we will fix the problem. And of course, that's not the case. We're going to create a gap in talent and skills. Talent that will have, you know, innovative stems to it, talent that will, yes, be integrated and settled in a very different way than, you know, an immigrant who has applied without those supports. And that will mean some interesting things over the next few years for employers as they try to access skilled talent.
That's unfortunately also resulted in some scapegoating, saying that international students are a part of the problem with the housing situation, which there's a situation some of you probably know about. There's a college, a community college in Ontario, that has about, or had about, 30,000 international students. UVic and Camosun have international students at the number of around 2,000, roughly. That's the number, that's what I understand. So that meant that this college in Ontario ended up with a surplus, or a contingency, of about $600 million. That can go a long way in keeping a place afloat. But Patrick, tell me about your take on this stuff with the student visas. How much does that enter into your life?
Well, I mean, you can't avoid it right now. And, much like Shelly said, I think that this was a knee-jerk reaction. This was a short-sighted reaction. The federal government had aimed to reduce the number of visas issued by 35%. Well, it reduced it by 45%. We know there are people who want to come to Canada and they want to come here to spend a lot of money on an education. And like Shelly said, there are some bad actors out there. But we can weed them out without burning the whole field down. And it feels like that's what we're doing right now. When we look at sort of issuance of visas, I think it's basically the flow of international students. I think there's a tremendous opportunity here. We don't pick, and I think it was Marcia had put something in the comments around trades. Mm-hmm. We don't pick them. They're not selected to come to Canada. They just don't meet the points because they don't have enough education, like enough formal education to qualify on the point side generally. But we do need trades. And of course, trades are a regulated occupation. Now, you can work on a construction site without a ticket, but imagine you find people or you give people the opportunity to come here and you say, look, we know you're going to spend 30 grand to come here anyways, or 40 grand or however much it is. How's about we offer you programs that will actually lead to employment and a pathway here? And so why not stream people into the trades? So send more students to trade schools. Don't let them do a BA. Don't let them do a BCom, because we can do that here. We have enough of them here as it is. Now, the federal government will tell you that, well, it's complicated because, is it because of the apprenticeship? Is it a work visa or is it a study visa? And my answer to them was, you know what, you let them let students work off campus on limited hours during COVID. So they could work in a 7-Eleven, they could work at a grocery store or wherever. But you're telling me that you can't figure this piece out. And I don't believe they can't, truthfully. And I think there needs to be, on the federal side, there needs to be some more political will to really nail that down. But international students have been relied on to support the education system because, again, go back to the point in time when you referenced the cuts to housing investments. Same thing happened with education. And then over the years, tuitions have been frozen right across the country. And so it gets harder and harder for schools to make ends meet. And the bargain was essentially more international students to make that happen.
Yeah, the question that you referred to that Marcia put in the chat room, a request to discuss issues with non-professional people. We need tradespeople, but they need to be able to qualify to stay when their work visas expire. And there's also the married couple situation where one is a student, one's working, and then they switch it, and the other one goes to school, and the other one goes to work. So that's an ongoing thing that we can look at too. But Sonia, tell me about that question that Marcia brought forward here. You want me to read it again?
Sure.
We need tradespeople, but they need to be able to qualify to stay when their work visas expire.
Say that
so that's creation of workforce, right? That where a student decides to stay here after they study and creates workforce for us.
Yeah, I mean, sort of again, sorry, and I don't mean to be sidestepping the policy question. Well, the policies I'm less informed about. The piece that I would kind of refocus on for where I'm coming from is our responsibility has really been trying to focus on understanding the job needs, right? In terms of what are we anticipating we need over the long haul here? And when you go back to the labor market outlook from 23 to 33 in BC, we are estimating over 900,000 openings. And so for me, there are political conversations happening here around what subpopulations and what pathways for them to be here. I'm going to let my colleagues that are in more nonprofit advocacy roles speak to those. I mean, to be clear on that. For me, it's less about the political position, but it's finding appropriate ways that we can support pathways around that. And so, for me and for what that means for the ministry's work is that we have to look at lots of populations within British Columbia. We've got lots of folks here who also have been detached from the labor market for different kinds of reasons, who we can support in a good way to attach, whether that's looking at non-traditional paths. Maybe it's not full-time. There are different wraparound supports. I think Alice had some comments in the chat a little bit ago too around wraparounds. You know, and there are different ways that we can be engaging British Columbians who are here and want to work, but the work might look different. So there's that piece of that. There's a lot of young people here that we're also focused on in terms of young British Columbians and how do we support them post-COVID as well in engaging in jobs as well. Immigrants, newcomers, and refugees are a part of that too. That's obviously a piece of what we're thinking about as well. So we are trying to think about this a little bit more as a population need and what are appropriate ways that we can support people wherever they are in those journeys. Those policy levers that everyone is talking about, they're super important. You know, and I will let other folks kind of think through how you have continuity of experience, how you are, you know, if you're in school and you're bridging to an opportunity. I'm even thinking about that at the level of somebody who is at a job and is able to go for 5 hours a week and is trying to connect in for 10 hours. There's continuity pieces that we need to support for a lot of people. So that's how I'm sort of thinking about this, and that the visa pieces are obviously tied to this as well.
Yeah. Just for fun, let's talk about the United States and what's going on there right now.
Oh, yay.
Okay, because Shelly and Patrick, I'll direct this to you first, but Shelly, as the last time when President Trump was elected the first time around, a bunch of people who represent diversity said, I'm getting the hell out of here. I don't want to live where this guy is. I feel I'm threatened. So what's going to happen if we do suddenly see the spate of Americans saying, okay, I'm out, I'm coming to Canada? How much of that can we handle? How easy is it going to be to process that?
You know, we get this question quite often when we see an influx of people or anticipate an influx. Canada's well equipped to manage newcomers and in any form or status that they might be approaching us in. You know, we've shown that the settlement sector can meet needs, and as recent as the Syrian refugee crisis, for the Ukrainian Q8 visa holders, settlement agencies and our allied partners, chambers of commerce and councils, immigrant employment councils, and even government, we're well equipped. We've been doing this work for decades. So kind of feel like saying bring it on. Now, is it a perfect system? Absolutely not, because again, every individual is not cookie cutter. And so we want to make sure that we meet people where they are. I think our challenge sometimes in this sector has been trying to do too much all at the same time. We do need to recognize that people coming to Canada in whatever way, shape, or form that has happened, leave behind a network of people. They might be leaving behind family members, etc. And so there's a period of adjustment. And this is where creating welcoming communities, welcoming places and spaces really help that integration journey. So, you know, Trump in his second term and the turmoil and chaos and I go back to this fear of the other, you know, the fear of scarcity, the fear of people's unknown, people who are saying, you know, this does not resonate with me. I think Canada is a unique place in terms of being able to lift our head up from that chaos. From saying that, yes, we do have a lot to share, and our Indigenous communities teach us that on a regular basis, that if we take an austerity or a scarcity mindset, that we lose creativity. But I think I'm drifting. Bruce, really, I'd say that the settlement sector and our decades of experience is well equipped to meet the needs of newcomers, immigrants, and refugees, even those from our neighbors to the south.
Yeah. Patrick, what about you? What are you hearing about the possibility of a ton of Americans suddenly deciding that Canada's the place for them?
Just before I hop into that, I just want to pick up on some of Sonia had said, and I sympathize because I was with the federal government for about 20 years, and it didn't matter what I showed up to as the government representative. If it was a policy area, I was asked of it. And so, again, immigration being so complex, there's a lot of it that's well outside of, certainly most of immigration actually would be well outside of their mandate. But the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction really does a great job of taking that whole of community look at what's going on. But social development and poverty reduction is doing a really great job of taking a look at the community as a whole and the labor market as a whole, and trying to make sense of it all. But to your question about Americans, they're not going to come. They said this when George W. Bush was elected. They're not coming. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to come. And I've read it's funny. There was an article around the first time Trump was elected, and it said it actually tracked this woman from Texas who said she was going to move to Canada or California, said she'd moved to Canada because George W. Bush was elected, and it started out with, and she made it as far as Seattle. Right? Like they're yes, we can receive people. They would have to apply. They would have to sit in the line like everybody else would. And if they were the type of skilled people we needed at the time, we'd select them. But we need to be more worried, more focused on really what might happen with an irregular population created by the reduction in the student visas, temporary foreign workers, and then what might happen with the deportations in the U.S. So,
one thing I'll just say to that, a lesson in taking off my ministry hat for a moment, and not in the political space, but to say that I'm born and raised in British Columbia, but did live in the States for a long time. And had kids there and such, and did come back as a dual now, as an American, and it is not easy. It is not easy at all. And I do think of newcomers that are here and struggling with so many barriers, depending on their country of origin and the experiences that they've had there. If they're not having the language, I'm somebody that came through the Canadian education system, can speak, can go to the schools and enroll my kids. And it's still very, very difficult and very stressful. So just to empathize with, folks that are coming here are incredibly resilient and incredibly happy to be here, despite a lot of barriers and a lot of costs and a lot of stress. So some of us Americans are making it back over.
I think, though, you bring up some good points around what motivates people to come in the first place. And so, if we look to our neighbors from the South and countries abroad, we did see here in Victoria a number of people who left the US and who are actually part of ICA's community. We have a few people who actually work for us who had said they couldn't stay in Trump's America.
Absolutely.
And, their process and their journey to get here, you're right, is not straightforward, even when you look at maybe saying that their experiences from a North American standpoint are more closely matched to a Canadian experience. But the process is still the same. And so there are many hoops to jump through, documents to present. And we do have, despite what you'll hear often, that our immigration processes are lax. It takes time. It's not, a quick turnaround. And so these individuals that I can think of in our community at the moment who have come from the States and have made that decision that Canada is more in line with their values and what they hope community could look like. It's because it hits them at a very values level. It isn't, just economic circumstances. This is the kind of community, this is the kind of country who values life and values things other than, or people other than profit first. And don't get me wrong, I'm not anti-profit by any stretch of the imagination, but I think when we're talking about, people coming from the US, making that decision to choose Canada as their home, it's because it's a value-based motivation that they're responding to.
And you look in the Maritimes, New Brunswick in particular, it's always #1 source country. And so you will see them come, but like you said, Shelley, they've got to get in line with everybody else.
I don't mind pulling on a thread if the audience doesn't mind. We've talked a bit about housing, and I've used the term knee jerk. The housing challenge that we're facing as a country isn't something that just happened yesterday, or because we increased the national immigration levels plan 3 years ago. This is 20, 30 years in the making, when governments and those who are in a position of authority turned around and said, a national housing plan was no longer needed, and that the free markets could create enough demand to meet supply. And so here we are needing to find reasons for why we don't have supply, and that knee-jerk reaction around immigration. True. Housing supply is a challenge. Affordable housing is a challenge. And that has put stress on organizations like mine to really be on the ground and changing minds of landlords specifically. And so an example I offer up to the group here is, there is hidden supply. We often think about supply as being new apartments or vacant apartments or vacant spaces, or homes to buy. And we've had to look outside of the box, the traditional box, when it's come to housing, and really building relationships with landlords, building a knowledge base for them around how to support newcomers who may not have a credit history, who may not have past references, et cetera, et cetera. And again, agencies like ours build that bridge and play that transition place, because you can't be talking about labor market integration and access to international talent, be it skilled or unskilled, without thinking about where do people live? Do they have an address? And do they have the basics of life to be able to be prosperous and to not live in poverty? So it's a very complex set of circumstances when it comes to settlement or resettling of people. And then I know I've taken up a lot of space here, but the other thread I really quickly want to touch upon is, while the national levels plan has decreased from one year to the next, we do have immigrants who are here who can be integrated into jobs. The trick will be, how do we assess their skill sets and their experience to be able to give them the opportunities, or better yet, to meet labor demands to the supply of talent that exists.
That was well done. I saw a couple questions just around resources, and I'm sure folks are aware of these, but I just wanted to point out some of the pieces that have come up have related to the work of one of our partner ministries, post-secondary and future skills. And there are, a couple of programs there that in the last year have expanded. Just wanting to make sure that those are on people's radar. The BC Newcomer Services Program, which helps temporary residents and naturalized citizens settle into their communities. There's pieces there in terms of practicing English, finding employment, and then the Safe Haven program as well. I can put them in the link there, and also I'll add a link for, I'd mentioned a program that we have right now that does have intake for a funding program for employment support. So I we'll add those too. The screens are moving around. I'll add those as well if people are interested in taking a look.
Yeah, I see there's some conversations based on housing and some of those issues that are not necessarily related to students or immigrants. But we have a question from the chat room that's been there for a while. We're having issues trying to get people who live here to take on the unskilled positions. Using the LMIA process through the government is now a challenge for small companies. The restriction of having 1 person to 10 people hired here is not realistic for small companies. Services are needed for the aging population here, and we are just not getting the people to service them. Any comments from anybody on that?
You know, I think we have to figure out what we're trying to do with our immigration system, truthfully. And so there is a need for unskilled or lower skilled workers, and then there's a need for more highly skilled folks too. And it's figuring out that balance. The challenge is the structure of the Canadian economy too. We're primarily small to medium-sized businesses, in most cases, very small businesses. So how do we create processes or tools that can help a small business that needs really a turnkey solution? So the LMIA process, and that's actually the when I talked earlier about sort of feeling bad for Sonia, where she gets a question about every government program and policy, that was the one I would always get when I was in immigration, and of course it's an ESDC issue. But I'm torn when it comes to low skilled immigration, particularly through the temporary foreign worker program, because at a certain point, you have to wonder, what are we using these folks for? And are there other ways to be more productive, to not need necessarily to bring low skilled folks in, and it might be lower skilled folks already in Canada who could be filling these jobs. From a Vancouver centric perspective, it's, how many coffee shops do we really need in Vancouver? And should a cup of coffee maybe cost a little bit more then as well, rather than bringing in low skilled workers there. So it's a complex, and I'm not trying to sort of swipe away the concerns of small businesses and any business that needs lower skilled workers. But is the immigration system the right answer to that? And I'm not convinced it is all the time.
Maybe I could add on to that if there's time and space to continue with this one. Again, I started off by saying we meet people where they're at. And so a number of immigrants will come in, and it's not just the temporary foreign workers program. It's not just international students. I mean, anybody that crosses through our threshold and says, I've got X, Y, or Z challenges, often we'll say, how do I get a good job? How do I get a meaningful job? And so that's how we like to think about work. I know, again, as we sit in professional spaces such as this, we use terms like skilled and unskilled. But when we sit with our clients, we talk to them about what would be meaningful. And what would be meaningful for them is that, while I don't have a specific survey, but what we hear quite often is, I want to feel like I'm contributing, that I'm valued and that I have a voice. Other things, of course, that I am respected for the work that I do. So that means creating a workplace that is welcoming and that is free from inequalities and discrimination and racism. Other things, of course, is that I'm paid a meaningful wage. So then that way I don't have to work 2 or 3 jobs. I can build a good life for my family. I can be home with my kids. And so there's truth in that, in how we approach jobs, whether they're undesirable positions that we see immigration as filling, to the point where we start thinking about our job scene as what creates meaningful jobs. And so those jobs that are difficult to keep people in, whether that's the barista or the janitor, or some of the positions that our temporary foreign workers fill in agriculture, in farming, which is agriculture, construction, et cetera, et cetera. What is meaningful? What creates meaningful jobs for people? And I think if we can crack that nut, that immigration isn't that silver bullet. I think one of my colleagues on the call said that already, that we might be closer to filling the labor gap. So it's not so much who can and when, it's how we do it and what our intentions are around doing it.
Some really great resource has been posted in the chat room. You can see there from assorted attendees here at the meeting. We think we have the tech stuff figured out, but it's almost time for us to wrap anyway. So why don't we get some closing remarks from everybody, and then we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and do the session on AI. But Sonia, in closing, what messaging would you like to leave with the group?
Really appreciate the opportunity to hear the discussion, always learning from my colleagues as well. A lot of great concerns and comments on the chat that I'll be thinking about as well. Just really appreciate having government as part of the conversation. You know, I know we're looked to for some of the trouble spots in policy and where program design is not working, and just wanting to reinforce that we're here in it, wanting to hear the tough conversation, and I'm absolutely wanting to be a partner with folks around this table, and look forward to the continued work.
Thank you. Patrick.
I'd pick up on something Sonia said earlier, which is, government is part of the answer. Look, this is not government's issue. This is a community issue. And so businesses have to put skin in the game when it comes to looking at immigrant talent and that integration of immigrant talent, just like schools have to with their international students and whatnot. And so I like hearing the conversation that's broader. And I think that we have to keep in mind that we all have a role to play. Even a very small business can figure out what their role is in making this happen.
Thank you. And Shelly.
I echo my colleagues' statements here in closing. I'm very grateful to have been part of this panel and to share thoughts and ideas, and to review the chat and see what's on your minds. And so to that point, anyone on the call, employers, community agencies, we're not working in silos. We have resources that we can share across our work. And so settlement agencies, I reiterate, we can often translate that international talent into good employment outcomes for businesses. We often know who the talent is in the community. And so we can easily play a role to connect employers with meaningful jobs to international talent of all levels in quick and fast ways. So please feel free to reach out, not just to ICA, but to others in the sector. We are always here and willing to help.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Of course, we at the Chamber of Commerce also work on this whole file constantly because of the ups and downs, the uncertainty of it all, but the promise of the future is what's the really outstanding point. So we think we're going to get to a good place with all of this stuff. And thank you for the support that all of you have brought here today, and to the entire group for being here. We're going to do the AI session next, but thank you to Shelly DeMello, CEO with the Intercultural Association, Patrick McKenzie, CEO of the Immigrant Employment Council of BC, and Sonia Hall, Executive Director with the Community and Employer Initiatives Branch at the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction. Sonia probably has the largest business card of everybody who was in this meeting. So
Fair.
that's a very complex title there. Thank you all. I'm going to do one little quick quiz here, and then we'll take a break. So here's the question for you to guess and put it in the chat room. How many at-risk youths reside at Beacon Services Mirrors Supportive Housing? How many at-risk youth reside at Beacon's Mirrors Supportive Housing? Is it 5? Is it 12? How many do you think? Give us a number in the chat room there. We'll give it a couple of seconds here for you to put some numbers in. You've got some choices there. Getting some answers. The correct answer is 48. Isn't that cool? Isn't that remarkable? More great work being done by Beacon Services. Thank you all again for being here. We'll see you in about 15 to 20 minutes. We'll do the session on AI coming up next. See you then. Hello, welcome or welcome back to our session today with Beacon Community Services. And if you're just joining us now, I'm Bruce Williams. I'm the CEO of the Greater Victoria Chamber of Commerce, and I'm going to continue moderating our final session for today, all about AI, artificial intelligence. We'll have a chance for questions and answers as we go through this session. Feel free to put them in the chat room. Make sure your camera's back on and that your full name and your affiliation is listed with your name through the room. So without any further ado, let's do what we do. Our final panelists are here to speak on reskilling for the future, embracing AI and skills needed in the workplace. Joining us as panelists today, Matt Ayers is the Chief Labor Market Economist and Executive Director of the Ministry of Post-Secondary and Future Skills. Also, Laura McDonough, the Associate Director of Knowledge Mobilization and Insights with Future Skills Centre Canada. And Candace Alder is an AI ethicist, President of the BC Association of Clinical Counsellors, registered clinical counsellor with Duskwood Therapies. Welcome to all of you for being here today. We'll bring you up on screen in just a couple of minutes. Reminder again, if you do have questions for the panelists or comments of any kind, please put them in the chat room and we will bring them up for everybody to take a look at and to discuss as well. All right, well, let's get underway here. Matt, let's go to you. You're the Chief Labor Market Economist and Executive Director of the Ministry of Post-Secondary and Future Skills. Tell us a little bit about your role and what you do.
I was hoping you weren't going to ask what is a chief economist, because I'm not sure I have a great answer. But I work here in the Ministry of Post-Secondary Education and Future Skills and lead a few teams, including the team that produces the Labour Market Outlook. So about half of my work is very heavy data oriented, collecting lots of statistical data, looking at statistical data, and then about half of it is actually talking about things. And I'm super happy today that we're talking about AI, because you can never be wrong today talking about tomorrow.
This is all about the future. That's what we're dealing with this whole thing today. Laura, Associate Director of Knowledge Mobilization and Insights with Future Skills Centre Canada. Laura, welcome. Tell us a bit about what you do in the organization.
Hi, thanks so much. Happy to be here. I'm in Toronto today, so it's the dinner hour in Toronto, but happy to be talking about AI. My role at the Future Skills Centre is to look across the learnings from our 400 projects around skills and training across the country. So we invest in both research and innovation projects and just pull out those learnings and share them across the skills and training ecosystem. And so AI is top of mind for us, so I'm happy to be here and talking about it today.
So who are among these 400 partners that you're working with?
Oh gosh, well, they're not just 400 partners. I think 400 projects. We have more than 2,900 partners who are implementing those projects across the country. And it ranges from, we work with other governments, provincial and territorial governments. We work with post-secondary education, so colleges, universities, polytechnics, training organizations, sector councils, really anyone who is involved in skills and training in any way, shape, or form, which is a huge network of people.
And they're mostly AI based, is that right? Or AI
No.
related?
The AI is just a sliver of what we look at. So we look across kind of anything related to skills and training, although tech and automation is a focus area for us, and artificial intelligence is a really important aspect of that we're investing in, both in terms of research and innovation projects.
Yeah, we'll unpack a little bit more of that later on. And Candace Alder, an AI ethicist, President of the BC Association of Clinical Counsellors, registered clinical counsellor with Duskwood Therapeutics. Candace, an AI ethicist, tell us about that.
So an AI ethicist, I know it's one of these things that's emerging in the AI world right now. And as folks may know, the world of AI as it exists, not just in Canada and North America, but certainly globally, it's a little bit like the Wild Wild West right now. A really good way to think about it is kind of what the internet was like in 1997. There's not a lot of regulation. There is not a lot of guidelines, though things are certainly emerging. We've had a pretty big piece of legislation emerging out of the European Union, and we had restrictions that were part of the EU AI Act that were brought into play actually just very, very recently. So there's lots of discussions about the ethics of AI. And how to keep it equitable in terms of folks' access. And there's lots of policy and governance discussions. So as an AI ethicist, I'm part of that discussion. I talk about and participate in conversations with organizations like the IEEE and the Center for AI and Digital Policy out of Washington, D.C., with regards to ethical implications and policy development for countries and for other organizations like UNESCO and United Nations.
But your affiliation is with clinical counselors too, so that's a highly private and personal thing. So, so you know, having AI integrated into that is kind of, I'm not going to say frightening. I would never use that word, but it's certainly insightful to realize that that sort of ethic is being applied to AI stuff when it comes to therapy.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of really amazing opportunities that are present when it comes to thinking about AI and its integration, not just into everyday life, as quite frankly it already has been, but certainly the opportunities that exist within healthcare. And by healthcare, I don't just mean physical healthcare, but I mean mental health care as well. But that absolutely comes along with ethical implications, and we need, you know, a multi skilled group of people to be able to have those kinds of conversations.
Yeah, and I want to move on with the others shortly, but I'm curious to know, in this world of counseling where you're dealing with people, we've had a fair amount of disruption in the mental health front in the last 5 years through the pandemic. People's anxiety has grown, there's fear, and how much of that anxiety is coming from people's understanding or not understanding AI?
I think there's a great deal of misunderstanding about AI. There's a lot of, I think for the general public, if you're not involved in some of the larger tech conversations, I think people can very quickly go to popular culture examples of what AI is. So we start thinking about things like Terminator 2, and people start getting really scared, and they think that's what AI is. And actually, that's not what AI is right now. And it's not to say that it won't progress to have that kind of capability in the future. But at this point, you know, that's not what AI is. And absolutely, I would agree that when it comes to tech anxiety, that's a real thing, especially when we're thinking about things like labor mobility and workforce changes.
Okay, great, Candace. We'll be back to you shortly. Laura, question for you. Tell me what the next 6 months looks like in the world of AI. What's going to happen?
Oh gosh, that's who knows? Who knows what it could look like?
Yeah.
I think that, you know, from our perspective, we're investing in research to make some predictions about, you know, who's going to be most impacted, what kind of roles are coming. But I think, you know, the news out of just a couple of weeks ago, where we see developments happening around the world that really shift the conversation, that make prediction really, really difficult. And that's one of the reasons we continue to make investments in our partners who are doing research in this area, to try and get ahead of as much as is possible to understand where the implications are going to be, and to prepare workers and employers for how to manage that.
Yeah, I'm asking about 6 months because, Matt, I'll go to you for this. This whole advancement of AI is galloping. It's racing, right?
Absolutely. So, you know, the shocker in the last few weeks has been this DeepSeek app that's been released that apparently can be trained much more efficiently than previous Gen AI. That means much more cheaply, and with the implication that it also has lower energy costs. So up until a few weeks ago, you know, people were thinking, well, maybe this Gen AI is going to hit a little bit of a wall because there's a hardware issue that we need to install actual physical machines to process the transactions, and we need to consume lots of energy in order to process things. If it is indeed possible to be much, much more efficient than we thought on those things, that could be a game changer. I would be a little bit cautious, though, about being too worried about how AI is going to influence things. So I'll just sound that, because it's easy to get excited about cool technology, and I'm right there with all the other excited people. But reality is a little less optimistic, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the ministry that we're speaking with, that you are involved with, post-secondary and future skills, it's workforce that we're talking about today in general in all the sessions we've been doing. But the Ministry of Post-Secondary has had this on their radar, I'm sure, for quite some time, certainly the last couple of years. So what is the post-secondary engagement with AI like right now? Is it moving at a pace that's suitable for them?
For us on the sort of labor market side, this has been a long-term project. Prior to AI, it was automation. And really, when we talk about AI, automation, we're really just talking about technological changes. There's a lot of interest in AI because of this rapid realization that Gen AI has capabilities that we didn't anticipate. So, one of the really interesting areas is the influence of AI in education of all kinds, and the ability of people to use AI and AI tools to educate themselves, both in educational institutions and in the workplace. And to give you an example of that, if you think of computer programmers now, if you're a starting computer programmer, it's possible to have a whole bunch of AI agents helping you, suggesting code that you might use to solve a particular problem. And you might have different agents for different purposes, or agents checking what other agents would suggest. If you're a super skilled computer programmer, you probably don't rely on those things anywhere nearly as much.
Okay. And Candace, what do you see in the next 6 months? What are you anticipating?
Well, I think that I think that Laura actually said it pretty well, is that who actually knows, to be perfectly honest with you, because if you're listening in on the conversations that are taking place in tech spaces, some of the brightest minds don't actually know where things are going to go, because some of the predictions that were put out with regards to just some of the advancements that we've seen even in the last couple of years, they weren't anticipated. I think that the DeepSeek release has been a really, really interesting development. There's starting to be a few holes emerging in that story with regards to what it's able to do, and with the kind of energy capabilities that it has. And there's certainly geopolitical pieces that play into the release of that app. But I think that what we are going to see is we're going to see a continuation of things like generative videos and generative images that have really, really taken off over the last year, particularly when we look at programs like Kabir and even Sora, that was recently, not all that long ago, released by OpenAI.
Maybe you could explain those last two things, just so that people are up to speed on what you're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. So OpenAI, of course, is the company that offers the ChatGPT service. And when ChatGPT was first released back in November of 2022, it was all text-based. And then, of course, as things progressed, there was a component of ChatGPT where they came out with DALL-E, which was a capability within the generative model to be able to generate images. And as that progressed, there was, the images became sharper, they became more realistic. You were able to integrate different styles of representation, for instance, like cartoonists, or even like a painting, even, to be perfectly honest with you. So those things have really progressed, I would say, over the last 12 months. And recently, Sora was the new release from OpenAI, and that is primarily a video generating model. And if you are absolutely into the creative pieces that come along with the generative AI, it's well worth checking out. Kabir is a very similar type program that can generate, like I say, short videos and images.
Okay, thank you. Laura, without this sounding like too strange a question, is it more possible to imagine what's going to be happening 2 years from now than it is 6 months from now?
Well, I mean, in hearing the other speakers go on and just the description of the capabilities from Candace, I think that, broadly speaking, we're seeing that there are groups of jobs that are going to be more impacted by AI, and that are going to be, half of those are going to be a complement. So AI is going to help them with their jobs. And then half of them, it comes into that automation question where they're really at risk of losing their jobs. And I think that the years, 2 years, 5-year time horizon gives us more of an idea of what might be coming down the pipes for workers and businesses. So I'm going to put some links in our chat to some recent research that came out that looked at who are the workers who are going to be impacted by this in Canada specifically, and it broke those groups down into high exposure to AI, high complementarity. So we would expect in 2 to 5 years that the workers in those jobs are going to need to learn how to use AI in their jobs in order to stay in those roles. But then there's the group of jobs who have high exposure to AI but low complementarity, such as administrative roles. And so we would expect to see those jobs start to decline. And we're already starting to see that. We're already starting to see job ads decline for jobs that are highly automatable. And so I would expect to see that kind of rolling out over the next couple of years more so.
So, and in that longer runway, Matt, I'll come back to you for this. How does that structure curriculum in post-secondaries?
Yeah, so it's hazardous to predict things. What I'd like to focus on, though, is really, there's technological capabilities of AI, but there's a whole bunch of other things. Candice is the expert on ethics. Will we allow AI to take certain roles in our labor market or in our economy in general? There are regulatory issues. Does it use data that's been approved for the purpose that it's used? There are lawsuits against AI companies for using data for a variety of purposes that wasn't it intended for. We're discovering quite rapidly with AI that it's data hungry, and sometimes we never collected the data that it needs to help us make certain decisions. And about a third of AI projects are forecast to fail in the next year or so. And I think largely in part because they discover they haven't collected the right kind of data. So there'll be some successes, there'll be some failures. We're very much in that early stage. I think it's a little easier when you're talking about what should people do in the labor market from an individual perspective. Candice is absolutely right. We can do some fantastic work with labor market data, looking at what sort of skills and tasks could be replaced. Certainly some administrative roles could be replaced, but that's been true and a trend for many, many years. 20, 30 years ago, we didn't have desktop computers. We relied on typists to convert everything into, paper type with carbon copy paper. You have to be pretty old to remember what carbon copy paper is. Those kinds of things, have gone away. We still have administrative assistants now, even though it's sort of 30 years since we had desktop computers on most people's desks. So the pace of change may not be quite as rapid as some might fear. We don't know, but there's lots of other changes in labor markets that we're a lot more certain about. So I wouldn't lose sight of those as well.
So yeah, we can speculate on what is going to happen over these next months and years with this, but what should we, Candice, I'll start with you, what should we be doing right now to prepare for whatever's coming related to AI?
Thinking about folks that are thinking about developing skills going into the labor market. And that's really going to be the big piece, because at the end of the day, if you're thinking about competing with AI, the truth of the matter is that, even as AI stands now, and we are dealing with narrow AI, which is to say that this is the type of artificial intelligence that is only able to deal with one task at a time. We're not sort of in the later stages of AI development that have been theorized and quite frankly are being aimed at by Silicon Valley and their international counterparts. But really, you want to think about the kind of skill development that is not going to be in competition with AI. And I think that, we're thinking about things like adaptability. Adaptability for workers and even for businesses is going to be really, really key, because like has been mentioned here a number of times, we actually don't really have a good sense of where this all is going. And one of the things that's really important to point out about AI is different from other technological revolutions that we've had in the past, in that it theoretically, and in some cases quite literally, has the ability to learn how to be self-determinant. So, when we think about technological advancements, things like the printing press, things like electricity, the steam engine, human beings were very much in the driver's seat of how those technologies were dispensed and how they were used. But AI as a technology in and of itself is in the position to at least theoretically have the ability to determine how it's going to be used. So being adaptable and being willing to be adaptable is going to be something that is going to be really important. Thinking about creating soft skills like creativity and innovation, emotional intelligence, and innovation, empathy, that's going to be really important as well. But I think probably one of the things that is going to be the most important from my perspective, and this is where, my mental health piece comes in along with the AI piece, is thinking about things like distress tolerance. So distress tolerance is that ability to be able to sit in uncomfortable feelings and to be able to tolerate that. When we think about some of the most powerful technology that we have today, we think about things like social media. And even though social media has offered us amazing opportunities for connection that, you know, pay no attention to things like distance, borders, time zones, nothing like that. You know, we also know that it has a really deeply polarizing component to it. You know, by design, social media really pushes us into self-reinforcing echo chambers where we largely are only hearing the voices and the opinions that align with our own voice and opinion. And this is a complete illusion when it comes to what the world is actually made up of. So what this actually does is it creates a situation that makes us less emotionally and psychologically resilient because we're not being exposed to those challenges, those pushbacks that we normally would when we're interacting out in the real world, instead of interacting with algorithms, even though it doesn't seem like that's what's happening. So in turn, when we do encounter situations in the real world where we have to navigate collaborative decision-making and conflict resolution, you know, we're at a disadvantage because we've not built up that resiliency to be able to sit in the discomfort of being challenged, to sit in the discomfort of having a tough conversation, hearing a worldview that contradicts our own, or even having to defend our own worldview to an audience that disagrees with us. So, I mean, there's definitely some folks out there who are going to talk about the ability to navigate conflict resolution, collaboration, teamwork, like I said, all those soft skills that are going to be really important for the future. But what I would say is that you can't actually develop those skills in a robust fashion without developing a degree of distress tolerance, because absolutely nothing hijacks critical thinking that is needed for those things, the conflict resolution and the collaboration and the teamwork, like the inability to sit comfortably in your negative emotion.
That's amazing, fascinating stuff. Laura, what about you? What would you say to people? What should be done now? How do we prepare now for whatever is coming down the road?
Yeah, I would say, you know, another piece of research that we do in collaboration with Environics and the Diversity Institute, we go out and we ask workers and employers questions regularly. And one of the latest waves that we did, we asked about AI and how many people were using it. And what came back was that a third of the folks who were respondents, who were workers, were already using AI at work. They were already saying, it's making me feel more creative, more productive. But the majority, the vast majority of those people were not getting any kind of formal guidance or training from their employers to use AI at work. So in some cases, people are already ahead of where businesses are in terms of integrating it into their day-to-day work. I would echo what Candace said around core essential skills. You know, there's a framework for these called Skills for Success, and it's all the things that Candace alluded to, in addition to, you know, basic numeracy, writing, reading, communication. These are all the things that, regardless of what sector or industry or role that you are in, those are the things that employers are looking for. And so cultivating those things is really important for a worker, no matter what role they're in, but also to be able to pivot, which is what the expectation is going forward. We're in a very volatile labor market now. It's expected to continue, if not become more dynamic going forward. So the more, you know, the better you are with those core skills is going to mean that you're going to have more options in the future as things continue to change. The other thing, obviously, like the digital literacy and AI, like I would push and encourage workers, young people, women, folks who are in those administrative roles that are being threatened by artificial intelligence to learn the technology to be able to figure out how to use it in your job. Because I think I've heard other people say, you know, you're not going to be replaced by the robots, but you're going to be replaced by someone who knows how to use the robots. So take it upon yourself to get out there and learn. There's a ton of free resources and video material on the internet to teach you how to do it. But also, you know, as I said earlier, employers are not offering that formal guidance. They're not offering that formal training to their employees. So if you are a worker, turn to your employer and say, what do you got for me? Encourage your employer to make those investments. And also to, you know, have a little bit of that initiative and an innovative spirit to put up your hand and say, like, I want to try something. I want to see if I can use this and bring those lessons to your organization. Because I think what we're hearing across industries and sectors, especially from small and medium enterprises, is, what's stopping us from adopting this technology is we don't have people with the skills. How are those people going to get the skills? They're either going to go out and get it themselves, or they're going to have their employers kind of get them on that path. And so, taking that initiative and trying something out and documenting it and sharing it within your organization, that's how we're going to get over that hump.
Okay, so Matt, your ministry, again, post-secondary and future skills, we identify with current students who are studying things like AI right now. So they're the ones that will go on to enhance business and workforce going forward, right? So what about a guy like me? Am I going to wait for somebody to graduate to learn these skills, or are there other ways I can do that?
So I think building on what Laura was saying there, I would go even further than it's outside the workplace. Everyone, no matter what your job is now, play with AI at home. It's amazingly fun. You can create graphics for kids' birthday parties. You can create songs and poems that perhaps they're never going to win a prize. Perhaps they're terrible. But I'm no poet, so AI does a pretty good job of creating me a poem if I needed one for a birthday party. So play with the tools. That's how people get comfortable with the technology and understand what it's capable of and what it's not capable of. There's a huge amount you can do there. That may well spark opportunities in your workplace, but at least you will be overcoming your fear of technology. And that's true of all technologies, not just AI. Play with them. Find opportunities to use them in your everyday life.
Yeah, and Matt, I'll stick with you for this one. AI has the ability to enhance productivity among workforce and in the workplace. How much of that will involve the displacement of human beings in the workforce?
So we have a choice as a society, and I'd be really interested in Candice weighing in on this. It really is a choice. If the technology develops to, the expectation that at least some have of where it will end up, we choose how we use the technology. We choose where to deploy it, and we choose what kind of role we will be in. I do not see as choosing to replace some significant roles, particularly in healthcare. I think there's a passionate argument to be able to talk to human beings and be cared for by human beings. In other areas, there clearly is productivity gains that complement humans and medical imaging, those kinds of things. There's already been fantastic strides there, but I don't think raise, for me at least, the same ethical concerns. I think it's a complement. We will see people using tools, and we've had experience in this in the past. I don't think AI in its current form is that shocking relative to some of the wondrous technologies we already have deployed. It's still, I'm still super disappointed I don't have any robots in my house. Being a kid that grew up with Star Wars, I just think that's appalling. Like, how did that happen? It was supposed to be just around the corner, and all I can get is a robot vacuum, and it can't go up and down stairs. So, but I have a cell phone that's a Star Trek level piece of communication system. I have a vague idea of how they work, but not really. It's wondrous. But it didn't really change my work that much, other than it made me work more because people could call me at 11 o'clock at night or send me an email. And I would be foolish enough to answer. But I didn't get replaced by it. Our work changed, but not that significantly. We got rid of desktop phones. That was the real change for me.
Yeah. Candice, same thing to you with the productivity increase that comes with AI. How much will that impact the actual numbers of people in the workforce, or how many people would be potentially displaced by work being done by AI?
Well, I think we're already starting to see that it's what's likely to happen is that, at least at this point in time and for the foreseeable future, is that it's not going to be necessarily a sweeping impact across industries. I think things are going to be, cherry picked, if you will, if that's the right way to put it. Physical healthcare is a really good example. So while we're in a place right now where we're not really looking at AI that's going to be replacing doctors or anything like that, what we do know is that sorry, pardon me, back in 2020, actually, there was a journal article that was published in the journal Nature, pardon me, and it was actually talking about how AI was significantly outperforming radiologists with regards to mammographic screening, able to detect breast cancer at the earliest stages and with a higher level of accuracy than even the most advanced radiologists. And this is something that has been well known in the medical field for a long time. And by a long time, I mean a long time in the life of AI as it's been sort of widely available. So, I mean, that was 5 years ago when that study came out, and we're only getting more advanced today. But is that something that is going to replace your general practitioner or your nurse practitioner? Probably not. But you can certainly bet that your nurse practitioner or your general practitioner is absolutely using AI as a general statement. So you can see it's sort of all over the place in that regard. When we think about the top sectors that are really starting to use AI, actually the top sector, if you can believe it, is actually finance. That's one of the largest sectors where they really are integrating it. We're thinking about things like fraud detection, investments, and loan application processing. But you've still got your bank tellers, and you've still got your folks there that you're able to talk to, because like Matt said just a few minutes ago, there's a real we want that human connection. That's part of what it means to be a human being, is to seek that connection with other beings. So I think it's going to be a little bit all over the place. I think it's going to be piecemeal at first. It's not going to be sweeping. There may be certain areas where that happens. Laura touched on clerical work as being one of the areas that is really susceptible to high impacts by AI. So we might see that in that area. But generally speaking, I think that it's going to be sort of piecemealed across the industries. And it's really going to depend, again, on another thing that was brought up earlier, and that's just about the integration and having the people who have the expertise, not only from an ethical standpoint, but from a technical standpoint as well, to be able to put these technologies in place. And certainly if you're talking about sectors like mental health, or anything that touches human services, you're talking about high risk sectors when it comes to the ethical component of integrating those. But just very quickly, Matt, I wanted to touch on your comment about robotics and AI, and I very much share your excitement about the possibility of a house AI. If I can afford the technology when it comes out, I'll be one of the first people to have it. But it's definitely something that's in the works. If folks don't know who DARPA and Boston Dynamics are, I strongly encourage you to look up who these companies are. DARPA is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. They're an arm of the U.S. Department of Defense, and they've actually been on the forefront of AI development for about 60 years now. So they're definitely a big name. Yeah, AI development actually goes back a long time. Folks think that it's something that has only come about in the last, let's say 10 or 15 years, maybe even 20, if you're being generous. But actually, AI development, even at a theoretical level, actually goes back to World War II. Alan Turing and his work with regards to that came out of his bomb machine.
The coding stuff.
The coding stuff, that's absolutely right. And even though the bomb machine wasn't really a machine, and it definitely wasn't AI, it got him thinking about intelligent machines, and that's kind of where the whole conversation started. And there was a lot of pieces coming out of that. But back to DARPA. DARPA actually, back in 2018, which, if you're like me, 2018 feels like it was just yesterday, but it was actually 7 years ago. They actually started the AI Next campaign, and they dedicated $2 billion to investment into those kinds of that kind of research and technology. And even though we talk in the billions of dollars now, back in 2018, that B word wasn't being thrown around a whole heck of a lot. And they've partnered with Boston Dynamics, which is an engineering and robotics design company that came about in around the early 90s. And they're working on some really, really exciting stuff. Now, a lot of it is going to end up in military applications. That's not uncommon for technological developments. That's often been where a lot of our technology has launched from, as has been from the defense sector. But at the end of the day, some of the stuff that's coming out of the partnership between those two organizations is really exciting, and I would encourage people to check it out.
That's very cool. Thank you. Laura's posted some really cool stuff in the chat room as well. But Laura, anything you'd like to add about that, the idea of productivity and the displacement, if you will, of workforce?
Yeah, there's a couple things that I wanted to just draw people's attention to. The first one is another link that I put up there in the chat to a report from the DACE, another artificial intelligence report from them. And what they did was they looked at the early impacts on productivity of firms that had adopted early AI. So this is before the release of ChatGPT. So it's a very specific time period. But it wasn't a good news story. What they found was that, the correlations are mixed. Generally speaking, the firms that were already pretty productive were the ones adopting AI. So it's not a straight line of like, if you adopt AI, you're going to be more productive, and that's going to solve our productivity challenges. And I also saw a question in the chat from Sean just asking about, how do you make sure the outputs of AI are accurate? Yeah. And I think, that report and that question bring up some of the real life implications of trying to start to use AI in your work. As a person who is a knowledge worker, I deal with huge amounts of information, reading a lot of that information, digesting, hundreds and hundreds of pages of reports. Artificial intelligence offers me an opportunity to kind of, synthesize a little bit more quickly. But our first efforts at doing that required somebody who knew the material to go through and say, is this an accurate, summary of the content that is there? And a lot of times we were saying like, no, this missed, this really important part. And so there's still very much an art form to that synthesis of information that AI isn't quite getting yet. And, as things develop, we'll see those changes. I that report from the DACE looking at the impact on productivity, I want to see that done again with different industries and more recently to see what is the impact. Because I think right now, it's a wholesale comment that AI is going to make us more productive in Canada and solve our productivity challenge. And I don't think it's not a silver bullet that we thought it was.
Yeah, that reference to the AI hallucinations that Sean had up there, deliberately placing misleading information there. Does that mean that AI has the ability to lie purposefully, intentionally, to create an outcome? Laura, I'll stay with you for that.
That one I'm going to pass to Candace and look at the ethicist to say.
Over to you, Candace.
So I think what we're talking about here is we're talking about what does it mean to lie? What does it mean to intentionally deceive? I think as my personal opinion is that as AI stands now, we've got systems, and let's take ChatGPT for instance, because I think that's probably the AI system and service that most people would be most familiar with. You've got a system that by design is meant to be agreeable. Okay, it doesn't want to upset you. It doesn't want to do anything to discourage you from engaging with it and from using it. So I think that when these when these errors come out, and the ChatGPT error rate is estimated to be at about 20%. That is the last sort of estimation that I heard. I'm not sure if that has improved, pardon me, very recently. But I don't think we're talking about intentionality here. I think we're talking about something that is reacting as it's programmed to do, which is to give you an output. I think when we start talking about things like lying and intentionally deceiving, we're starting to tread into the area of having something that is sentient. And these are really, really exciting theoretical conversations that go on in the tech landscape, maybe sometimes at the fringes of the tech landscape with regards to artificial intelligence and what have you. But I think at the end of the day, what we're dealing with is we're just dealing with a system that is by design is going to give you an output. And if it doesn't have necessarily an output that it knows to be correct, it's going to get something that's in the ballpark. And, to sort of piggyback off of something that Laura was saying there, she was talking about how, AI is, you need to have that person to be able to look at it and to be able to say, yeah, this is within the realm of possibilities, or yeah, this is correct. One of the things that I'd like to say is that ChatGPT is not going to make you a rocket scientist. But if you're already a rocket scientist, ChatGPT can help you maybe be a better rocket scientist.
Okay. I just want to take one more pass at this idea of displacing workforce when the productivity comes in and people become unnecessary in the current job they're doing. So Matt, that means they end up at your door again, because the Ministry of Post-Secondary and Future Skills is going to create workforce from those people who have been displaced. What skills is the economy going to need by then?
So I think, we don't know about the speed or the real direction of evolution of AI, but post-secondary education of any kind puts you in a much better position in the labor market. That's been proved for many, many years, and I don't see that changing. When Laura talks about those high complementarity, high compatibility kind of skills that AI has, where you could really see those productivity gains, they tend to be the positions demanding higher levels of education. Equally, the ones that are more under threat from robotics tend to be the labor-oriented skills. So it depends which area of AI or technology develops faster as to where the threats will really be. I still think education is the way to go. Would agree with the panelists as well about the types of skills, but they've also been the skills that have been fairly dominant for quite some time. Critical thinking, active listening, these are skills that we believe are relevant today and for the last 5-10 years, since we've been doing detailed skill analysis on what the skills of the future will be required in BC. So it doesn't change super dramatically. The best thing you can do is to make sure that you're watching where the puck's going. So whatever field you're in, look where things are evolving to. Education gives you optionality. Using AI at home gives you that confidence in that it is another technology to be used. I love playing the game of asking Gen AI questions I know the answer to, and I can see how well it does. Someone asked in the chat, well, how do you trust it? Well, you look at the sources that it references, and then you actually go read the sources. Often, when I'm asking questions about, well, what's the future of the BC labour market, it's sending me back to reports that my team has written because they're on a government website. And then I'm like, well, yeah, but you didn't get it right. Recently, I asked, well, what's going to happen in 2025? In this case, Microsoft Copilot had gone off and recovered the 2025 labour market outlook that had actually been published in 2015. And we just gave it the name 2025 outlook because it was a 10-year forward look. And it had pulled that and told me all about it. And I was like, well, that's just nonsense. We have way more people employed now than the outlook says. And it was a report my team had produced, albeit 10 years ago. So stuff gets confused. It's really interesting to see what the technology can do. It doesn't replace anyone right now.
Yeah. I'm just interested, where did you get upskilled on all the AI knowledge you have? I mean, you go to school to go to work, but you don't go to school. So where did you get upskilled to know all this?
So I think technology is very much an evolution. Candice was saying, well, a really interesting area for AI is finance. My very first job after university was working as an econometrician, using, for then, what was extremely large data sets on mainframe computers to do predictive risk analysis for a credit card company. So we would try to predict, should we lend more money to person X or person Y? And we weren't great at it, but it turned out we were better than the human operators. But did we replace them? No. The system that was implemented was actually a signaling system where we would tell the human operators what our computer model thought. Is this a good transaction or a bad transaction? And then they would make the final decision. Turned out our models were predictive and saved the company a ton of money, but we always left it to a human to decide whether this was a special case or not. And that was a choice.
Yeah. Okay. Good points. I'm going to go to the chat room here. In e-learning department, AI is both a blessing and a challenge. While it helps us reduce production costs with AI-generated narration, video, and graphics, we're also seeing our external contractors, content creators, visual designers, illustrators, and narrators struggle with less available work. Given this shift, how can we support these professionals who are losing opportunities due to AI-driven solutions? Anybody want to weigh in on that? Or I'll just pick somebody.
I can dive in for a little. Definitely AI has impacted creative industries more than any other in this sort of short term. So graphic design, whatever, that content delivery. But the quality, you have to look closely at, are you getting the same quality? Arguably, AI can produce beautiful graphics, but can it actually outperform a skilled graphic designer in understanding what you need? That's not usually just a very simplistic process. If you've got a home hot sauce business, probably a low quality hot sauce graphic is all you were willing to spend money on. In fact, it's free now. But if you're a multinational company needing graphic design services for your really important products, I'm pretty sure you don't use AI as your solution for that. So it's replacing lower quality content. I would suspect that you're missing something if you're replacing good quality designers with AI.
Yeah, okay. We've mentioned privacy a couple of times, certainly, Candace, related to what you're doing in your field of work. We have something here from Sarah. We have been hesitant to adopt more AI tools due to client privacy concerns. Any more thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a big conversation that is taking place actually on a global stage right now, and this is all the pieces that I was talking about before around governance and guidelines and on how to integrate these things. And again, the impact of where we're at in terms of the lack of regulation and just even the conversations around regulation make things really, really difficult. And this is where the tech literacy piece really comes in. This is where, understanding what you need to be looking for in terms of how you can ethically integrate AI technology into whatever business you are going to be doing, and just what you need to look for. One of the things that is deeply problematic, that is a big part of the AI ethics conversation, is the black box problem. So the black box problem is the idea that information goes in on one side and the output comes out on the other, but we have absolutely no idea what goes on in the middle. For really probably understandable reasons, we have tech companies that are not disclosing what's going on in the middle because that's proprietary information, and they don't want it to get out, and they don't want to lose their market share and whatever the case may be. But from an ethics standpoint and from a human-centered AI standpoint, that's deeply problematic. So I can absolutely appreciate that folks are hesitant to be able to integrate AI into their businesses, particularly businesses that are going to be really heavily involved with human services. And that's why it's going to be really important to have consultation with folks who are in the AI ethics field, and folks who have been assessing, for instance, emerging AI products. So, for instance, one of the trainings that I have is as an IEEE assessor of emerging AI systems. And right now that is a process that is voluntary, and that companies who are developing new systems can approach the IEEE to have their products assessed for ethical compliance, and then they're given certifications that they meet certain specifications. That's something that, like I say, is voluntary right now. We'd like to see stuff like that, particularly in the high impact, high risk AI products. We'd like to see more of that actually become obligatory rather than voluntary. But at this stage of the game, getting connected with folks who are able to have a good look at what you're considering and being able to make recommendations for your particular setting is going to be really important.
Okay, Laura, any thoughts on the privacy stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I just come back to that stat that I provided off the top about the number of people who are using AI at work but are getting zero guidance or training from their employers. I think in many cases, folks are using, ChatGPT just on their desktop, and the employers may not even be aware that the employees are doing that, and it raises serious privacy concerns, especially in human services. But even getting an enterprise version of AI so that you can use that without worrying that folks' personal information is being uploaded, to the cloud, sort of thing, is a real concern. But again, it takes that step of the employer realizing that this is something that they have to do, and even if they don't have an immediate use case of this is why we need it, it's going to be an area that we need to start to move into because your employees are already there.
Okay, I want to go to one more remark that's in the chat area. My question to the panel is, do you have any recommendations for users of AI to ensure the output received is accurate? To go back to that hallucination thing again. Further to that, is there a recommendation on how we may be able to fact check AI large language models?
Yeah, so I'll start. It's not that dissimilar to Google. We've all been Googling things for a good long time now. In fact, if you're old enough like me, you'll remember a search engine called Ask Jeeves.
Oh, yeah.
That was at the very beginning of the internet. And that was marketed as a large language model where it would process natural language and return to you answers. It wasn't that great. It got absolutely killed by Google's superior search algorithms. So we've been searching things on Google for many, many years. If you get something from AI, it's no different. You have to look and you have to assess, and that's why those critical judgment, reasoning skills are super important now, as they have been in the past too.
Anything you'd like to add to that, Candace?
I would just say that, and again, I'm going to go back to ChatGPT because that's likely to be the most popular AI platform that folks are aware of. ChatGPT does have an option to be able to show you the sources that it's deriving the information from, and you would definitely, again, piggybacking off of what already has been said, you would be well advised to check those resources and to check them thoroughly, because I can tell you right now that even though I've been given resources or sources rather, when I've used ChatGPT myself, sometimes when I go into those, the information actually isn't there. So again, it's just being vigilant and really, understanding in the same way that everything that you read on Facebook isn't necessarily true. And you need to check that out. In the same way that when you're getting outputs from a GPT or whatever the case may be, that you need to check those as well.
Okay, we are approaching the end of this session, so I just want to give you all an opportunity to offer some advice that people absolutely need to know as they create their workforce in the future relative to AI. Laura, I'll start with you.
I think it would just be, for those groups of folks like young people who are really moving into the workforce and in those positions that are at high risk for AI, learn AI, as Matt says, not just in your work life, but get familiar with it. It's going to set you apart going forward. Women especially are another group who tend to be in jobs that are at risk of artificial intelligence impacting them and getting rid of some of those tasks. So it's really important for women, and women aren't always well known for taking up technological advancements quickly, being quick adopters, but really encourage women to get out there and experiment with it. And for workers, there's so much content online related to artificial intelligence. You don't have to fork out a lot of money to learn artificial intelligence. Whatever sort of sector or role that you're in, a lot of professional associations are there. They're providing those trainings. And so it's just a matter of doing a quick Google or even ask ChatGPT, what would be appropriate for me given the role that I have? But really encourage people to take the initiative to get out there, to try some things, and to put up your hand at work and try and see how you can use it in your workplace.
Thank you. Matt, closing remarks.
So AI is uncertain, but but skills in the labor market are easier to predict. We do a 10-year forecast of how we think the BC labor market will grow and change. It doesn't focus on AI because of the uncertainty there, but it gives you some really useful information. We know our population is aging. We know that more people will be needed in healthcare. We know where people in our economy will retire and need to be replaced. My biggest sort of recommendation is purely that education piece. I think there are jobs in the economy that down the lower skill end that just do not pay enough to be careers that you should aim for. So clearly, getting as much education as you can, but in something that you're passionate about too. Being someone that's been in the workforce quite a long time now, it is really important to find something that you enjoy and you love. If you can have a job that gives you satisfaction, it is far better for your mental health and your day-to-day enjoyment of your family life than if you find something that you just do not fit well with. And I'm not, I'm a very analytical person. I would be terrible in the care sector. That's just not my strength. I know that. I hope people don't feel any worse about me because of that admission. But, you've got to ask yourself those questions. What do you enjoy? What fills your bucket, at the end of the day, and incorporate that. So don't just go into computer programming because you think that's a growth area. It's not a great fit for everyone.
Yeah, that's really good guidance. Know your limits, work within it, right? Candace, final remarks are yours.
Yeah, I think that, I would definitely echo everything that's been said already, but for my final remarks, I think I would want to speak more to organizations that are actually employing folks and looking forward into the future, and maybe some things that would be really important to be able to be supportive of their existing, their existing workforce as folks move forward. Because one of the things that we know, it's been in play in all of the industrial revolutions that have unfolded already, and I certainly, in my personal opinion, is that AI is absolutely a fourth industrial revolution, or technological revolution, more to the point. But for organizations, really thinking about how they can shift workplace culture, thinking about creating an environment that really embraces change. Now, we talk a lot about embracing change in a lot of different workplaces, but sometimes the rubber doesn't actually hit the road. And when we think about AI, when we think about the possibilities that come along with AI, and we think about the impacts that have already happened as a result of where AI is at as of right in this moment, really embracing change and creating an environment that does that within your workplace culture is going to be really important. And also encouraging things like collaboration and innovation. I would also echo some of the things that Laura was saying earlier, talking about employee development programs, and Matt, I believe you were saying a little bit about this as well. Employers need to support their employees by developing these training programs and getting the information they need to be able to bring in folks that are going to be able to upskill folks that are already employed. And, just these actions in and of themselves really create more of a positive mindset around AI that counterbalances some of the concerns that I'm not going to downplay, but we do need to have a little bit of a balance, because at the end of the day, AI isn't going away. And then I guess the last thing that I would say for organization is to really think about some of the long-term considerations, as well as not just the short-term ones or the medium-term ones. So things like ethics, of course, I'm talking about ethics. So things like AI bias and privacy concerns. So really making sure that you have the information to be able to, engage in responsible deployment of AI, and making sure that those pieces, your workforce, your people are not only adequately supported with training and development and with a workplace culture, but that the actual deployment of any AI that you use is in alignment with ethical principles and AI values, societal values.
Amazing stuff from all of you. Thank you very much again for being here. Candace Alder is an AI ethicist. the president of the BC Association of Clinical Counselors. She is a registered clinical counselor with Duskwood Therapeutics. Laura McDonough, Associate Director of Knowledge Mobilization and Insights with Future Skills Centre Canada. And Matt Ayres, Chief Labour Market Economist and Executive Director with the Ministry of Post-Secondary and Future Skills. Thank you all so very much for being here with us today. And thank you to all of you who have been tuning in. It's not over yet because we still have to do the prize draw. And look who's back. Trish is here.
What an amazing day it's been. We had a few more comments before we conclude today's events, including the name of our contest winner. And I'm really excited to announce that Roger Leroux, you are the winner of the $100 gift card to use at Canadian Tire. And we'll be getting that card to you as soon as we can. With all the information shared today, I hope that everyone can feel more inspired, knowledgeable, and have specific strategies and solutions that you can take back to your organizations. I also hope that you know a little bit more about Beacon Community Services and how we're serving the community. If you'd like to know more, please don't hesitate to check out our website at beaconcs.ca or email us at contactus@beaconcs.ca. Both are going up in the chat shortly. We would be so grateful to get your feedback on today's event as well. We are putting a link up very quickly into a survey in the chat. All of your answers will guide us in designing future events. And we'll leave the Zoom link open for a while at the end of our session for folks to complete the survey. I just want to say a huge thank you to Bruce for an excellent day moderating, and to all of our guest speakers for their comprehensive dialogue. A very special thank you to all of you, for our guests, for your attendance. So thank you. It was fantastic. I'd also like to thank Jason Giel, who's our production manager today and owner of Sunset Labs, who managed the call for us and all of the details that we've had to come together for this day to make everything run smoothly. It's an amazing venue, and if you'd like more information about running an online or hybrid meeting, contact Sunset Labs. Thank you, everyone, for a fantastic day, and until next time, have a great evening.